Hello, everybody. Welcome to Case by Case, episode 14 of the Delphi Vault. We have a lot in store for you today. Welcome in, everybody. Hope everyone's doing good on this Monday. I will be bringing Quester in here from backstage in just a moment. I want to take a brief moment to give a shout out to everybody who helps behind the scenes. There's a very small circle of us who have been putting a lot of work into what we're presenting to you guys. So I'm not, they choose to be in the shadows, but I do want to give them recognition. This is not just a one-man show here. So when I talk about case by case and I say our community, I'm talking about those who work with me directly, and then all of you in the chat who support the channel. You guys are all a big part of why we do this. And we really look forward to spending our Mondays with you on the Vault. And hopefully, as time goes on, we'll be spending more time doing more lives. It's a work in progress. We have a lot going on. So welcome in, everybody. And let me bring Quester on. If you guys haven't already, please go out and hit that like and subscribe button and share the video. This is going to be a heavy hitter today. Hello, Quester.
Hello, Amy.
How are you?
Yes, it is going to be. I'm fine. Yeah, it is going to be a bit of a heavy hitter, this song, isn't it?
It sure is. Jam-packed. So welcome in, mods. Welcome in, everybody in chat. As always, we're going to push through and get started right away. I'm trying to think if I've left anything out that I wanted to address. I know. Let me remind everybody, as we're going to be doing an overhaul of the channel here. Nothing's going to change. Just doing some editing and things like that. Hopefully, I'll be getting some new lighting here in my office. I want to make sure that everyone is aware that you know that we are not experts. We are not attorneys. We have different backgrounds that do help us do what we present here. But again, everything that we present here to you is speculation. It is all for fair use purposes and educational purposes going forward. This channel is for adults only. And if anyone wants to use any of my material on my channel, I have no problem with that. So as long as it's used in a fashion that represents my work and how this channel behaves. This is my channel, and my work is not going to be used for a Jerry Springer type YouTube channel to bash my people in chat or my co-hosts or anything like that going forward. So anywho, really quick update on the grandbaby. It's been a roller coaster of a last week. Switching departments at work and trying to get the baby shower done and out of the way. My daughter's doctor has decided that the baby has gotten too big and her due date is not until July 23rd. So last week, her OB decided that she was going to induce her on Wednesday. And that be her right there. Lord have mercy. So she's scheduled to be induced on Wednesday at 7 a.m. However, today she had her regular weekly visit, and the doctor stripped her membranes basically to help naturally induce labor. So I am pretty much on the precipice of, at any moment, going to the hospital. So I'm planning on, when we get done with this live today, going over and helping her get anything, helping them get anything that they need situated. So keeping my fingers crossed that doesn't come sooner than later. All right, Quester, do you want to add anything before we jump right in? Hey, All Eyes, and hey, Sleuthy.
No, let's go straight for it, I think.
Okay. Really, I do want to say one thing. Passenger, where'd he go? Passenger 33. I got your, I don't even remember where I got it from, but it was a message that you had sent about the channel. And I just want to say I really appreciate you, and I appreciate the nice compliments that you gave us. So that didn't go unnoticed. Okay, so we are going to start off. We're going to do this episode today in two halves. We're going to start off at the beginning with some updated timeline information, and I'm also going to be recognizing some of the viewers who have reached out and put in a little bit of work of their own and sent me information that I feel is great to share with all of you. And I want all of you to continue to do that. So I want to make sure that you understand it is appreciated and it is valuable. So I'm going to share some of the things that have been sent, and some of them are things to think about, and other things actually fall right in line with the direction we're going today with the, I don't know if you guys are all aware, we are doing the scanner audio transcripts today. And I also want to make all of you aware, especially my friends, like All Eyes. I have had every clip that we have came across with audio of the police scanners for Delphi, we've had transcribed. They've all been now transcribed, and I have them in a file. All Eyes, if you would like them, I will share them with you. So that's something that's no longer going to have to be worried about by anybody else. I'll make them available. Okay, let me pull this up. So again, like I just said, I'm going to reiterate it again, that today we are discussing emails and helpful tips from our viewers, sharing with their thoughts and efforts to help in any way they can. Viewers, please look through these tips and feel free to screenshot. We're going to go through the timeline updates that we have, and then we're going to go over key points of interest that support or disprove the audio police scanner. If you guys are not a part of the case-by-case discussion group on Facebook, the link is in the chat at the very top. Please join. All of my presentations and PowerPoints are uploaded there. I have 4. With this episode, I believe I have 4 new ones that will be dropped hopefully today. So welcome to Indiana, the crossroads of America and corruption. So here we have, this is a screenshot from a woman who, I won't say her name, but God love her. She's in her 60s. She's an avid viewer, and she spent some time screenshotting the BG video. And she sent me a couple of photos that she felt she thought we all should take a look at. I don't know. I'm not quite sure what it is that she's seeing. I did not ask her because I wanted to kind of naked eye it myself. So I'm sharing it with you, but there's 2 of them. She feels that the video possibly could have been edited. And these 2 photos here are what she sent. So anybody viewing, you can screenshot these, or replay crew, feel free, and let us know what you think, what you see, if you see anything at all. And if you don't, that's we're all here for the same reason, and that is to make sure that the truth in this case comes out. This is a good one. This was sent to me through email, and let me see if I can let me take us off here. Make this go full screen. So this photograph, someone felt that Bridge Guy's jacket appears to have repeated horse teeth snags on it and pigeon shit, as if they're out on the farm working, or some type of bird droppings. So I thought this was kind of a good catch. So what do you guys think? Okay. Now, this right here was something that All Eyes brought to my attention, and I know that she's already covered it. And I don't know, I know that she did a live the other night. And I did watch most of it. I had to go to sleep. I had to work. I haven't got to go back and watch the second half, but this was a post from All Eyes, and bringing up, so going through the scanner audio and having it transcribed, there's been a lot of things that have rung some bells. And I was looking for a specific piece of information. All Eyes came through, as always, with a tidbit of information from a podcast. Well, lo and behold, I had listened to that podcast years ago. It is called Scene of the Crime. And there is a lot of great law enforcement interviews on there, and a lot of great interviews from Kelsey, where once again, her story evolves. So what caught All Eyes' attention is that Kim Riley was discussing the vehicle at the CPS building. And it was an older vehicle that Brad Heath had described. Now, I will challenge Quester and everybody in chat. If we can go back, this needs to be done. We need to go back and pinpoint when this storyline changed to really when the vehicle was backed in. Who said that? And who said it emphatically? And when did law enforcement start pushing that narrative? Because you have to remember, law enforcement has more video than they want us to believe they have. And especially at the 2019 press conference, they did not discuss this vehicle being on the side of the road. So I am going to play for you, Kim Riley, the actual audio. I will have the transcripts of these podcasts available in my Facebook group. They're being transcribed. Several of them are already done. But, please make sure, this is for educational and listening purposes only. So please support the original program by going to Crime Scene. You can listen to them on Apple Podcast or Spotify. Scene of the Crime, the Delphi Murders. It's a series, I believe, of 7 episodes, might be a little bit more. It's worth listening to. I'm going to pull that up right now. Oh, actually, this is not that's coming later. This is Kim Riley doing another interview discussing the vehicle.
This may explain why you've been so limited on the information you've released on the suspicious vehicle or sedan parked off of County Road 300 between noon and 5. Is that the day the girls were kidnapped and presumably killed? Is that because there's somebody may be phoning information in on a vehicle, 5,000 miles away that looks the same?
Basically, this car was parked along the roadway sometime between the hours of noon and 5 the day the girls went missing, which was the 13th of April. We don't have much of a description other than it was a car.
Yeah.
We need to see if somebody can give us make, model, a color, if somebody noticed the license plate, even if they don't know if it was
sure.
The numbers, if they knew it was a state, what state the plate was out of. Because sometimes, in a small county like that, somebody may drive by and they say, oh, that's not from Indiana, that's from California or Tennessee.
Yeah.
They'll notice something like that, but they may not notice the whole information. So it's that any information we can get on that car would be helpful for us.
Well, I don't have a date of when that actual interview took place, but we do know they had a description of the vehicle because Brad Heath provided one. Now, he even attempted to draw it, and that's part of the exhibits that we have had released. And then he also provided an image of a vehicle that he had seen in a movie that he thought also looked like the vehicle that he saw parked on the side of the road. So how do we, Quester, what are your thoughts on this as far as how this correlates to how this evolved? I do believe that there were witnesses that claimed a vehicle was backed in to the CPS, but the ID of that vehicle changed. It was, different colors, different types. So what are your thoughts on the way the police handled the vehicle?
But it seemed to me that what the police did is they played a bit of a nice game and created the impression that there were two vehicles
Oh,
there.
I'm sorry.
The one
I'm sorry.
on the
All
road.
lies. I'm sorry. All lies. You're right. It is Brad. It's not Brad Heath's. I misquoted that. It's not Brad Heath's. It's Betsy Blair's drawing. Sorry. Go ahead. I put that in there wrong. But go ahead, Quester.
Yeah. The Ellie basically created two vehicles to cover that question: the one on the road and the one backed in. If I remember rightly, sorry, go on.
No, I was just going to say that's the way that they describe it. That's kind of why they're asking for the driver of the vehicle, and they're not giving information about the vehicle.
Yeah. I believe Betsy Blair described one that was on the CPS property, whereas Brad Heath described one that was parked by the road.
Right. And I think that I think Brad Heath believed that he saw the vehicle much earlier than noon that morning as well.
Yeah. He saw it early in the morning.
Quester, do you want to answer some questions in chat really quick? I just have to, I have to answer this call for my daughter really fast.
Certainly, yeah. And I've just lost the link to the chat. Let's try again. Right, sorry about that. Back in. Right. Let's see, were there any questions in the chat? Sorry, I've got to go through them a moment because I somehow dropped out.
Okay, I'm back. Good Lord.
Jones asked, did someone ever say Lazenby had a purple PT Cruiser? The answer to that is yes. Somebody did. We haven't actually identified who it was who said that. But yeah, it was rumoured that he had one once.
Chester 22. I would think that there would have been DNA evidence found, and I can't imagine based on the degree of filth that if this person crossed the creek, and the mud and the sludge and also blood, getting in the vehicle with his shoes on and it being caked in the seats. I mean, how could have that been cleaned up if it was RA without his wife have known? Where would the time have came in that he could have done all of that without her seeing that in the vehicle? Because it would have been a mess. Okay, so we've had some adjustments that have been made to the timeline. We went back and listened to some of the trial testimony again, and we have, and Quester has done a phenomenal job of updating this. And I know on this screen it's probably going to look like it's very small writing. I will make this timeline available. But what he's also done is, well, Quester, I will let you explain it because this is your baby right here.
Right. This one's quite an involved one because we've tried to tie in what the state has said, the differences that Betsy Blair's Fitbit make to what the state said, what the unspoken witnesses effect has. And lastly, looked at whether what Richard Allen said in his interview could fit it. So if we start on the top one, so I'm having a bit of problem with the with my link at the moment. It keeps freezing on me. Has it gone again? If you bear with me, I'll call it up off my computer rather than off the screen. Sorry about this, Amy.
I'm sorry?
My link keeps dropping out and freezing, so I'm just calling up from my computer.
Okay, that's fine. Candy says that this looks pretty amazing. She's watching it on a big screen TV. She said it looks like it's on a whiteboard.
Well, at least you can see it, which is more than I can at the moment. Right, I'm back in business.
Oh, right.
Right, as you can see, the top section is the state version. And we're starting at 11 o'clock, because that is the time that everyone seems to agree Richard Allen left his parents' home. And it takes about 45 to 48 minutes drive for him to get back to his house, which would bring him to 11:45 approximately. Richard Allen said that he went home, he grabbed a coat, and then he went to the trials. State didn't accept that. They said that he went home and don't know what, but he didn't go to the trials until much later. During that period when the state say he was not there, we have a lot of people arriving.
Quester, your mic is kind of like staticky. Are you using a different mic or?
No. What's it doing?
It's kind of like going in and out, and it's kind of like it has like a little bit of a robotic sound to it. Maybe
is that better?
Keep going. Oh,
okay. What's it sound like now?
The state said he drank beer.
Right, can you hear me properly now?
No, it's still doing it. Unless it's just me, let me ask chat do they hear him? Topher said it sounds good. Rooksnay asked Tony. He confirmed she had. Guys in the chat, it's all good for you guys? Okay, so maybe it's just me. It might just be mine. Okay, go ahead. Keep going.
It might be my equipment. I've just been dropped out again. Right, I think I'm back in. How's that sound?
It sounds good.
Phew. Right, where was I? Oh, yeah. So as the information's coming in, we've been able to readjust just slightly most of the times of Betsy Blair, Rayleigh Voorhees, and all that lot, where they were at certain times. For instance, we've had it confirmed that Rayleigh Voorhees and the rest of her group didn't go straight to the bridge. They did turn down onto the Mary Gerard Reserve. And of course, that leaves a big hole in which they were off the trail. It also explains why Betsy Blair, although she walked up the trail several times and back down again, never saw that group of girls. The timing now says that she was passing them while they were off the trail in all directions, which is pretty amazing. It would take a lot of choreography to do it, but somehow it's happened. So we can now explain why they didn't see each other. This doesn't, of course, explain why Betsy Blair didn't see anybody else while she was walking up and down. But the other thing we found with Rayleigh's group is that in the trial, she stated that when they went to the bridge, they then climbed down underneath it. And this was an interesting revelation, because it was, as you'll find out in the next section, just bear in mind, they climbed down under that bridge and disappeared under there. Eventually they came up, and again, the timing works out that they missed Betsy Blair again. So it's incredibly well choreographed by luck. This happens all the way through until both of them leave. They never ever see each other. I don't know about you, Amy, but I think that's absolutely incredible, isn't it? But anyway.
Yes, no, sorry, I was muted. That's why I think that was the reason why we wanted to go back to this, was because we knew that, it seemed, there were still unanswered questions about this timeline that neither side, defense or the state, went into detail about how any of this lined up or it didn't line up. And we had to figure it out. And this right here, you're going to show it pretty much from the state's version, how they claimed it worked, and then you're going to show it from Rick Allen's timeline that he stated and how it would have worked based on what he stated. So keep going.
Okay. We've also found that evidence to support other people having been there, as you know, like the dog walker and so on. And one of the things with the dog walker is we had Rayleigh saying that she saw a man arrive and the dog walker leave. By checking, we found out that the time she saw those two, it was actually the dog walker arriving. And that opens a big hole in, well, if she got that wrong, was the man leaving? Yeah, it seems logical. If she got them mixed up. One was arriving, one was leaving. We know the dog walker was arriving. It seems to follow, therefore, the man she saw was leaving. Yeah?
Well, and Betsy Blair doesn't describe seeing a dog walker either.
No, she doesn't. But again, the timing works out that they could have missed each other. Again, it's down to that perfect choreographing.
Mm-hmm.
But I will say at the moment, this perfect choreographing only works for the people we've mentioned at the moment. Does not work for other ones like Daniel Pearson, Dave McLean, etc. It doesn't work for them, which is useful. So we then move on. The one that, if we assume that the one that Rayleigh saw left, and we have the dog walker moving down, we then have to ask ourselves, how was Richard Allen also moving down at the same time? Because this is the moment when the state are saying Richard Allen was moving down. We don't seem to have anything there saying that Richard Allen was then walking down there at the same time as this dog walker. Furthermore, if he was, he could not have been part of this choreography. He could not have missed being seen by Betsy Blair walking down that trail. Yet somehow Betsy Blair gets all the way down to the bridge and then sees Richard Allen standing on the bridge. Well, we know that wasn't Richard Allen. It was a young man with curly hair. But the state is saying it was Richard Allen, so we'll play along with that line at the moment. Betsy Blair saw Richard Allen on the bridge at just before 2 o'clock. She then starts walking back, halfway back up towards the intersection, which would take about 4 minutes. She sees Libby and Abby walking down towards the bridge. Now, she didn't say, right at the start, she didn't say it was Libby and Abby. She just said it was two girls. We can get to that later. But we're following the state story. She's now seen Libby and Abby 4 minutes away from the bridge, with Richard Allen already on the bridge. So there's a question of how then did the girls get in front of Richard Allen on the bridge? He was already there, out on platform 1, 4 minutes before they got there. So we're already hitting big problems in the state timeline, and we haven't corrected any of their times yet. Now this if they were seen at, let's see, 2:02 it works out to, 4 minutes away from the bridge. That means they got to the bridge at 2:06, 6 minutes past 2. Now, as most of you probably know, Libby is supposed to have already taken a photograph of the bridge before that. So we've hit a repetition of the problem we found last week from Libby's camera. She was not on the bridge at the time to take that photograph. This is by state time. Yep. You agree, Amy?
I do. And I want to thank you, Candy. I just want to take a quick minute to address people in the chat. I respect everybody who comes in here, who respects us. This is a lot of work. It's a lot of time. People here are here to learn. You are welcome to express your viewpoints, but you need to do it in a respectful way, or my mods will remove you. We don't argue. We don't bicker in the chat. This is an adult channel, adult conversation. And we know we don't all agree. Even those of us who are on the same side of the fence here don't always agree on the way all of this information comes out and how we articulate it. However, if you are here because you just want to start trouble, please exit. If you are here because you think that Rick Allen did not get a fair trial, but you think that he was possibly guilty or involved, then communicate in the chat with that sentiment without being aggressive, because we're not going to tolerate it. Thank you, mods.
No, totally agree. It's not help. If we're wrong, show us where we're wrong.
Right. Do the work. Put the work in, map it out, and show us where we're wrong, and show us how nothing that we're presenting, and if we're wrong, and trust, we've come on, I think every single vault, we've come on and we've said, okay, we have to make some updates. If I've got something wrong, I'll quickly admit it, fix it, and we'll move on. This is a massive case with, what, 8.5 years of information that we are trying to retrace, restep by going all the way back to the beginning. And we're going to get it wrong on some levels, but we're not going to sit here and, even though we are shown we're wrong, I'm going to argue. That's not what we're here to do. So please continue.
So it's no good saying Richard Allen was found guilty in the court, therefore he must be guilty. That's a road to hell. You don't have to look very far and you can find appeals that have found people have not been guilty. You can find clear cases of it. one is enough to make you question everything. And there's more than one reason to question this case. Now, we may be wrong. He may be guilty. But one thing we do know is that this case has not been running correctly. That's a polite way of putting it, isn't it?
Yeah.
So what we're doing here is we're looking at what is wrong and trying to find out why it is wrong. And from that, work out what the truth is. It's as simple as that.
Correct.
And as Amy said, if we've got something wrong, tell us. We'll be grateful for you telling us. We can then correct things. We'll get closer to the truth.
Right.
But anyway, I'll get back to what I was saying. So we now have a situation where, by the state's timeline, again, like last week, we find that Libby and Abby were not in place to take that photograph. If they had taken it, even at the wrong time, they would have had to captured Richard Allen standing on platform 1. But there's nobody there. Did he rush across the bridge in, 4 minutes? Pretty unlikely. Possible, I suppose, if he can really run fast, but I doubt that an overweight man with a heart problem would be able to do it.
And ultimately, just to interrupt really quick, ultimately, to interject, what this proves is that we have these photos that are time stamped. We have Betsy Blair's Fitbit that is time stamped and presumably linked to a phone, which makes Libby's phone and Betsy Blair's Fitbit. That we have to pit them against each other as to which one's more accurate than the other. But what this does prove is that the state's timeline is wrong. The times don't line up. And if you believe on one hand that the photos that are on the phone that were claimed to have been taken by Libby, then that means that Betsy Blair's timeline is wrong because she couldn't have seen Bridge Guy when she claimed that she did and then passed the girls, and the girls still make it to the bridge on time to make that photo. The state's timeline is wrong. And unfortunately, because of the failures in this investigation, we're left with these questions, and it's a tight timeline. But it shouldn't be this tight of a timeline, and you're going to find out why later when we get into other issues that we're going to discuss. Go ahead, Quester. Sorry, I won't interrupt again.
That's fine. No, you're quite right. The timeline is incredibly tight, almost to the minute. And no matter what, a witness is never going to be accurate to the minute. But they can be 15 minutes out. Some can even be a half an hour out. But this, they have got to be correct to the minute to be able to get anywhere close to the state timeline. It just doesn't happen. But anyway, we've now got Richard Allen and the girls supposedly on the bridge at a time when it just doesn't work. But never mind, ignore that. No, we then find out that in the trial we found out that David McCain said he was on the bridge between about 2:30 to 3 o'clock. Now, back up a bit. Where did he come from? If he came from the trail, that meant he had to be walking down the trail at what time? 2:15? But he's not been seen by Betsy Blair, the Rayleigh group, anybody. He then gets onto the bridge for half an hour. We don't exactly know why, but he's there. During that period, funnily enough, I don't know if you've seen the pictures of on the bridge, but if you look down, you can see for miles. You can see the countryside for miles, can't you, Amy?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah. Especially if you can see the area where Richard Allen is supposed to have been holding the girls. It's very, very clear down there.
Yes, we went over that last week. We went over that last week in the area where the belt was found. And this also plays into, okay, let's make it make sense. I've been saying that in the BG video, in the foreground, you can see people at the north end of the bridge. However, we don't have, and if you take the state's timeline and then you kind of like mush it all up, because we still don't have clear-cut times as to Cheyenne. I mean, we know what they testified to, but none of them, Cheyenne, Shelby, we never heard from Shelby Duncan, period. Shelby Hicks, nor Daniel Pearson, or David McCain. That's 5 people who would have been somewhere within the vicinity of the north end of the bridge during all of this going on. And not one of them said that they seen 3 people on the south end of the bridge at any time.
Yes, it's odd that every single one of them that would have been on the bridge or standing at the north end, we've not heard from.
Correct.
Apart from David McCain, and we only heard slightly from him. Cheyenne, we heard slightly from her. But you have to remember that from about 2:15 right the way through to well after 3 p.m, there were people standing on that bridge. Yep.
Saw nothing
Great
and
view.
heard nothing.
Sorry?
Saw
yeah, they heard
nothing.
Saw nothing, heard nothing, suspected nothing.
And not only that, but when you look at the area where the crime scene is, you've got Cheyenne and Shelby Duncan's reportedly crossing the bridge. This was trial testimony. Crossing the bridge, going all the way to the south end of the bridge, stepping off to the right of the south end of the bridge and using the restroom.
And they didn't see the Webber's van either.
No, they did not.
Which had to park underneath them.
Well, that van, yeah, I mean, depending on if Cheyenne's times are correct, but the van would have been there beforehand. The van passed through at 2:44 on the camera. But they didn't hear anything. They didn't see anything, reportedly. And we are to believe that you've got 2 young girls being corralled by a man with a gun, possibly in the nude, crossing an ice cold creek that you guys learned last week what the depths of that water was, depending on which route they took. It's a lot. It's a lot of it's a lot to get through. All of this going on, and no one around the area they're completely unaware.
Yeah. If we now drop down to the second timeline, this is the one where I've adjusted Betsy Blair's times to her Fitbit times. I've also added in witnesses who did not testify and who are not mentioned. So we start right off with the Betsy Blair ones are all moved back about 15 minutes. Now you can probably notice that there's 2 items there that say they could have seen each other. Now if you look at the times, we're talking, again, that choreography is still there. We're talking a difference of a couple of minutes, people being in the same place. It's incredible if they did not see each other. Twice they were in the same place within minutes. How far could they have walked in a couple of minutes? They had to have seen each other, if not next to each other, a few feet away. But they didn't. Or did they? So we're going all the way through, right the way up to about 1 o'clock, this is happening. And nobody's seeing anybody. Even when Rayleigh and the rest of them climbed down under the bridge, They climb down under the bridge just before Betsy Blair arrives at the bridge. Incredible. If they'd have been intending to keep out of her sight, they couldn't have worked it any better. When Betsy Blair was there, they were hidden underneath the bridge. When Betsy Blair leaves, yep, they come back out. They're then moving up the trail behind Betsy Blair, so Betsy Blair can't see them. And if they're far enough back, they wouldn't have seen her either. It's just absolutely incredible, this timing. The one thing I would say here is, although we're nailing down the Betsy Blair one according to her phone, we cannot nail down Rayleigh's to anything apart from one photograph that Bree Wilbur took at 12:43 of the empty bridge. That is the only thing that says where they were. As we move on, at 1:24, we have Betsy Blair seeing 4 girls on the blue bridge. With no reason to think that she's lying or she fantasized that. She saw 4 girls. Were they a Rayleigh's group? I'm not so sure. Because a couple of minutes after they're seen leaving on the blue bridge, Rayleigh and Bree are seeing men back at the trailhead. But they left there. If we look below the line, we can see there were 2 other groups of girls there. One of which I've identified as MM, EC, and RH, were leaving the trailhead a few minutes before Betsy Blair saw the girls on the blue bridge. What's the chances that she saw that group? It would explain it and allow for Rayleigh and Bree seeing those men arriving and leaving. That sound logical, Amy?
Yeah, and it's very logical that any of these groups of people had reported incorrect times, even if it was by 2 to 3 minutes. It shifts this whole timeline one way or the other.
It does. A couple of minutes either way, and you're talking about a different group of girls.
Correct. And that's why we're doing the best that we can do to narrow down and give you guys the various alternatives of these timelines. And it's you guys are critical thinkers. You guys are smart people. You can obviously screenshot this grid here in this timeline, look it over for yourselves and see if you can poke holes in it. Richard Allen needs you to do that. Abby and Libby need you to do that. If we have the right guy, we got the right guy. But Abby and Libby, based on the investigation in this case and based on the way this case was handled, they deserve someone to make sure that it was gotten right.
Yep. Okay. Moving on, we then have another where we've had to correct Betsy Blair's times. The moment when she sees the man on the bridge. According to her Fitbit, it wouldn't have been 1:58. It would have been 1:43. Now, obviously, that won't affect anything like when she saw the 2 girls. That's going to be moved back as well. And we find that she saw these 2 girls at 1:47. Now, if you add 4 minutes onto that, that gives enough time for those girls, to get to the bridge. You could now argue that she did see Libby and Abby. However, you've then got the problem of that young man is standing on that bridge. Where did he go? I'm saying it could have been Abby and Libby going to the bridge. But as you probably remember from last week, there's a question of whether they crossed the bridge. But these times will put them just north of the bridge, which ties in with everything else that we've discussed. We then look at whether Richard Allen could have been there. We've got Betsy Blair has been walking up from the bridge to Mears. If she'd have been walking up and Richard Allen had gone past her, she would have said, obviously, she said about the two girls. So we know Richard Allen had to be at least 10 minutes behind those two girls, or Betsy Blair would have seen him. And if we're getting these girls getting to the bridge at 1:47, sorry, not 1:47, 1:50, 1:53, 1:54. That will mean that Richard Allen couldn't get there for another 10 minutes, which would mean 4 minutes past 2. Yeah?
Yeah. That is correct. So let's check with chat really fast. Hey everybody. So are you guys following along? Do you have any questions? Are you confused about what he's explaining here? And Candy, because you brought it up, I recommend that if you guys are watching on your phone, that maybe at another time you go back and you watch on a big screen TV so you can actually see this whole timeline blown up. Jamie said he wasn't jogging, so it doesn't make sense.
He wasn't jogging, so no, I don't follow that one. Sorry.
I think talking about Rick Allen wasn't jogging like across the bridge or to catch up to the girls. You know, he was 10 minutes behind Blair. So I think that's what they're referencing.
Yeah, he would have to move pretty fast to catch up, wouldn't he?
Chester 22 says, why didn't the defense spell out clearly all of the people that were on the bridge? A good question.
That's a very good question.
And guys, there's so much more to come in this episode, so hang with us.
Yes, Chester, you're asking the right questions.
So Shabugs, Quester, I'll let you answer Shabugs' question. She asked, so Betsy saw 3 girls.
Well, whichever way you look at it, it must have been 3, because going by what Bree is saying, she must have left slightly before the rest of her group to have been able to get home at the time that she did. If you remember, she said that she was home before Libby and Abby arrived at Mears. To have done that, she could not have left when Rayleigh and her sisters did. Rayleigh and her sisters were still at the trailhead when Libby and Abby arrived.
And I think what I'm seeing a lot of in the chat too is a lot of people are realizing that it's very highly probable that the state took some of these timelines and swapped them for other people, because I firmly believe that Rick Allen was placed, this vehicle, which I don't trust the timestamp on that camera, and we've already discussed why. There's a whole nother camera that we should have seen photos or video from. We've still never seen the video, just the pixelated blurry screenshot of a vehicle that they're claiming to be Richard Allen's on the Hoosier Hardware Store camera. And I believe that they used that timeline to line up with Bree Wilbur and the rest of the girls' photograph taken at 1:26, because they had an established timestamp of a photo of where those girls were on that bench, and they lined it up perfectly and made us believe the Hoosier Harvest Store video's time was off by X amount of minutes. But believe us, because it was never challenged by the defense about the Hoosier Harvest Store camera time stamp, how long it was off. They just put their own timestamp on it and said, oh, his car was right here then. So by the time he got to CPS, got out of his car, walked down the road in broad daylight, when he's, they're using it as a sword and a shield. They're trying to say he went the long way around. He didn't go through downtown to eliminate himself from being seen on cameras. Yet he parked in the most exploited area possible, right out there on the road, walking along the road up to Freedom Bridge, knowing he would have to eventually get back to his car. And I'll address why I feel that's important later, and it has to do with the poll questions that I put out there this week. But it's a half a dozen of one, half a dozen of another. Rick Allen is lying because he said when he entered the trails, he saw 3 girls. And he said that from day one. I saw 3 girls, not 4. But that has to be a lie, because Betsy Blair said she saw 4 girls walking across the bridge at that same time. Well, what makes Rick Allen a liar? And it would be different if there was, if we had evidence that didn't evolve from smoke and mirrors. In this case, everything has evolved from smoke and mirrors, and there's nothing pertinent, time-stamped or otherwise, forensically, digitally, DNA-wise, nothing that ties Rick Allen to this crime, except for this bullet in an area where hunters tramped through for years, and a bullet that was never fired. But yet the only way that they could match it was to match it to a bullet that they had to fire, 5 or 6 times to make it match? That's not enough for me.
Yeah. But as you say, we've got a situation on that bridge, the Blue Bridge, where we have person A says there were 3 girls. Person B says there were 4. So obviously, person A is a liar. Where did that come from? Why is he the liar? Why can't she be incorrect?
Correct.
It could be one or the other, couldn't it?
Because we're supposed to disregard all of these things, all these anomalies that don't make any sense, and just trust them. I think by the time that we get to the end of this video today, bookending the Delphi Vault episode 1 to now, it's going to be clear why we have the right as the public, especially for the citizens and the community of Delphi in Carroll County, to question every single thing about this case in law enforcement. You are supposed to be able to trust your law enforcement, your public officials, your judges. And in this case, this is just another big case within the last 5 years that's been put out there in the public, where it's shocking. It's an eye-opener. Nobody wants to sit here and take on an entire state as a public enemy without proof.
But the one thing that should be borne in mind here is that there's a strong tenet in legal things, especially when they're as serious as murder, called benefit of doubt. Where there is any doubt on anything, the benefit should always be given to the accused. Right, isn't it, Amy?
Yeah. Here in the States, they call it reasonable doubt, and there are specific jury instructions that outline what reasonable doubt is. And for those people who are viewing who are new on the case, just remember when you hear about confessions, which eventually in this series we will get to, but at the time of Richard Allen's interrogations, at the time of his arrest and the search warrant, there were no confessions. It took them ripping him out of this world, the living world, an honest working man who had a family, owned a home, had a consistent job, no criminal background, nothing that tied him, and all of the digital devices that they took from this man's home, not one thing connected him to anything nefarious, including child sexual trafficking. You didn't hear anything about porn or any sadistic fetishes. You didn't hear anything. You heard some things about some Google searches or emails or whatever it was, the Google searches that appeared to be about a movie. And just like everyone else says, God forbid anybody do a forensic download of my computer. The things that I have to search to cover stuff like this, along with all of the other creators out there. But what everyone needs to remember is that Judge Gall said it best herself. There's no nexus. There is no nexus. So let's rip him out of society. Let's put him in isolation in the worst conditions ever. And then encourage the inmates around him. And we're going to get to that down the road too. We're going to encourage the inmates around him to threaten, harass, drive him mad. We're going to withhold phone calls and visitation. We're going to treat him like a dog and parade him around the prison with a leash. Then when he mentally finally breaks, because what's the first thing anyone ever says about a person who's been accused of such a horrific crime? Oh, well, if that would have been me, I would have done this. Or if that would have been me, I would have done that. Well, what about an innocent person who's convicted, who doesn't even have literally a day to defend himself, and he's put in those conditions? What would a normal person do? They would have an absolute mental freaking breakdown. They would lose their flippin' mind. And on top of that, he's being injected with Haldol. Hoping for what? This is going to help him because it appears they're trying to help him.
Feeding the psychotropic, yeah, that'll help.
They were trying to elicit him to be talking out of his mind, and hopefully he would say something ridiculous like, "I shot the girls in the back and I buried them in a shallow grave," which he did say. We're going to ignore that though. We've never gotten one iota of detail. And the one detail that we did get came from a whack job of a therapist who was following this case, communicating in Facebook groups, communicating on YouTube channels, and had information about the famous white vans that have been discussed in this case, who then takes a confession, which was the only one not on camera, that Rick Allen seen a white van and it scared him. Then we find out after trial, the van was not where the van was supposed to be factually, and it's on camera. So that's my take. Go ahead, Quester.
Okay. Right. Now, the eagle-eyed amongst you will have noticed that on this second timescale, there is still a small slot where the abduction and the bridge work could have happened. So there's still that flexibility there. However, we're now in a situation that, although yes, this timeline says there's a space in which it could have happened, it does not allow for Richard Allen to get there to do it. So we've got a big problem there. We have to sit there and try and work through how on earth he could have got there. without being seen by any of the people there, including the witnesses that weren't called and so on. And the third timeline looks at that closely, looking for those spots in which he could have got to the bridge and could have got back. But, spoiler alert, it doesn't get him on the bridge in that little spot. In fact, it amazingly fits exactly what Richard Allen said in his interview. Strange, that, isn't it? So if we go to the third one, we can see we're using the agreed timescales of when he left his parents all the way up to being at home.
Guys,
Yes?
I just want to let chat know, and anyone on the replay crew, we are at the very bottom of the timeline. This is the third level of the timeline at the bottom on the left-hand side. And this is
the one label. Yeah.
This is Rick.
One label RA timescale. Yeah.
Yes. I think for people on their phone, they might have to zoom in because they would need to watch us on a big screen TV. Again, I'll make this timeline available. So we are now putting, what Questor has done is he's now putting to the test everything that we've already discussed in the above two timelines. We're going to put Rick Allen's own words against those timelines and see how it falls in place.
Yeah. So we start off with, as he said, he went home, he got his coat and he left. And we're allowing him 5 minutes to just grab a coat and get back out in his car. I think anyone can do that in that time. Drive to where he said he parked. We're allowing another 5 minutes for that. And all of this puts him at the trailhead midday, 12 o'clock. Now this is fine because he's still not meeting with any of the people, so he's not seen. And the amount of time it takes to walk down to the bridge, the very earliest he could have got there would have been 18 minutes past 12. Now at that time, he would have been passing the intersection at the time that Rayleigh's group had just gone down to the Girard Reserve. So they would not have seen him. Betsy Blair would have already gone past the intersection and she would have been heading north. So it's rather odd that she didn't see him when she was walking down. Then she hasn't seen anybody anyway. She seems to be blind when she walks up. Yeah. I'm not quite sure why. She saw absolutely nobody when she was walking north at any time. But I don't know. Was the sun in her eyes? I don't know. But anyway, so we say Richard Allen got to the bridge at 12:18, and I'm allowing, for the heck of it, he sat there twiddling his thumbs and watching the fish for 5 minutes. That's quite a long time when you're sitting there doing nothing. I can assure you I've done that a lot of times. That would mean he leaves the bridge at 12:23. And he would arrive at the intersection again at 12:31. Now this again is another nice choreographed time, admittedly, but that would put him getting to the intersection just before the Rayleigh group come back up to the intersection. So he would have passed going north when the group came out of the intersection just after him and turned south. They probably wouldn't have been looking north to see who's up there. They just turned around, talking to each other, and off they go. So they could easily miss him. Betsy Blair, she also would have passed that intersection at 4 minutes later. So again, she would have missed him. So this could explain why nobody saw Richard Allen by his version. So he then continues to walk up the trail to the bench. He'd get there about 12:40, 12:41, 12:42, and he sat there for a while. I've given it another 5 minutes for sitting there doing nothing, which means he would have left the bench at about 12:46, somewhere around there, maybe a little bit later, maybe a bit earlier. We then find he's going to be at the trailhead at roughly 12:49, 12:50. That means he saw 3 girls near the trailhead at 12:48. Now, if you look at the time line above, you can see that the Rayleigh group were not there at the time, but there were other groups of girls. Did he see one of those groups? Quite possibly. If he then left, he would have got home about 1 o'clock. And if you remember, he said he was there until 1:30 at the latest. So his story, in fact, can fit into the slots that are created by Betsy's Blair time being corrected and the extra witnesses being put in. We have, in fact, more support for Richard Allen's timescale than we have for the state's timeline. Would you agree, Amy?
Yes, I agree. And
sorry?
And this is why we should not have all these gaps in this timeline. This is the most significant portion of the trial, putting this random person out there on the trails. The state had ample amount of people to call as witnesses. They had ample amount of money to put together a visual timeline, to put this before the jury, to prove emphatically that they were absolutely right at them pointing the finger at the right guy. This really is, Candy, you hit the nail on the head. Candy said it really makes me angry and sad. Yes, because as we keep going and we look at other things, it's going to be, you're going to get even more angry. And I welcome anybody who's listening. If you see an error or you point out something that we've overlooked, please let us know. And we will go back to the drawing board once again. I mean, the majority of this work on this timeline that Quester has done is he can easily adjust it because he's already got it saved. He can plug in, plug out, and rework the math of the time. So we are here for the truth. We are not here to prove a theory. We're not here to say, you know, we believe it's this person or that person. We are absolutely just putting it all on the table for everyone to hopefully make their own decisions, and hopefully down the road, this information will save somebody else a lot of time, like some defense attorneys.
But the one thing here is, on the information thus far disclosed, and bear in mind it's only been disclosed for a short while, we have been able to construct a scenario which could support Richard Allen's timeline. Now, that brings us back again to the Lieutenant benefit of doubt. If we can put forward this, that, or something similar to it, that says Richard Allen's timeline does work, why didn't defense do that? They had how many years to do it? And then you've got a case of you've got the state's one, which is terribly flawed and doesn't allow areas where they would need Richard Allen in. It doesn't allow him to be there. Versus this one, or one similar, which fits a lot of what the state have said, all of the adjusted times, and all of the witnesses that weren't called, and fits Richard Allen's interviews, we'll call it. It was more an interrogation. Therefore, there is masses of doubt there, which brings us back to the tenet of benefit of doubt. Okay, Amy?
Yep, I'm good with it. Anybody in chat have any questions before we move on? Hey, Mother of Dragons. Yes, Mother of Dragons, I saw that. Oh my goodness. Oh, Weird Cat's here. Hey, Weird Cat, did you just crawl out of your slumber? He said, I guess I'm late.
I think we all are to this case.
Oh my gosh. Well, I'm surprised everything that, guys, I don't think you understand the mass amount of work behind the scenes. And you know I think it's just meant to be that me and Quester got linked up by a dear friend, because his hours being in the UK align with my work schedule. So when he's up in the morning, it seems he's up doing all of his computer stuff. I'm laying in bed like an hour and a half, 2 hours before my alarm even goes off, and we're communicating. And then, I mean, it's all day. It's constant. This week has been, I think this has been the most stressful week, trying to get all of this stuff done to get it prepared for today.
Yeah. So a lot of time had to go into it.
Yes. So any questions, guys, before we move on? Yeah, I think I've heard about, YouTube's always hit or miss about the notifications. So again, guys, I'll make this available in the Facebook group separately outside of the PowerPoint. Let me see. So I think it might have been episode 12, I think it was last episode. So how many of you, type a 1 in the chat, guys, if you are aware or you got to actually watch the Roblox video of the reenactment that someone made. And if you know who made the video, can you type that in the chat as well? McHugh's headphones, I do have a Google Drive. Email me and I'll get it to you that way. How's that? And I will put my banner up across my email and stuff is now at the bottom of the screen scrolling. Okay, so what was and the reason I incorporated this is because I brought it up last week because there was a lot of talk about how, why this video was made the way that it was. And it's a Roadblocks video, so it's kind of like an animated, cartoonish type, weird. I'm not familiar with Roadblocks. I know, well, Weird Cat, take your best guess. Tell me who you think made it. So the reason why I'm bringing it up, and it's not really relevant. It's just one more rabbit hole that we can go down, but there's some substantial information that we have about it that not the video. I have no idea who made the video. The video has been removed. You don't get to see it anymore. I wish I had it. I wish I would have downloaded it, but I watched it on my phone while I was at work. So it shows the girls getting out of the vehicle at the Mears lot, hugging Kelsey and walking off, but they don't walk straight up. the Mears trail to the trails. They go left from the Mears lot. And in the video, it appears that they go left in the Mears lot through the woods. And I think when Quester first watched it, he said, well, that's bullshit because that's not even the way they went. But then I think it was me who pointed out, hey, we talked about that small area next to the Mears lot that had crime scene tape that was separate from the actual crime scene area. Again, this is the Mears lot where vehicles would have been pulling in and parking. Oh, got a little ahead of myself. Let me fast forward here. Here we go. So in this image, you can see where the Mears lot is, where the girls would have been dropped off. And we all believe that the girls got out of the car. They walked up the gravel path straight ahead all the way up to the trails. But from this vantage point, this overhead view shot, you can actually see there are paths that lead off that gravel drive that cut over through the woods, which would possibly take them right out here to that main path that when you enter onto this main path over here on the right, if you enter that path and you go left, it's going to take you all the way around the top of the ravine, all the way over to the cemetery, and then onto Ron Logan's property. If you get to this trail and you turn right, it's going to pop you out right at the north end of the bridge. So why was the roadblocks video made that way? To show that these girls cut through the woods here and they popped out right at the north end of the bridge. And then we went back. Well, this photograph didn't initially, it wasn't marked for these pathways to that ridgeline path. It was more so for you guys to see where the abandoned trailer was, that's in the other photos that I just showed, and where the taped off area was with crime scene tape. So we'll go back. So there's the abandoned trailer. And so the girls would have passed that abandoned trailer and walked out over through the woods to that trail. It was just an odd coincidence, hoping that it is just a coincidence. I wanted to point that out. That's why I brought it up. Purple, Amaryllis. Oh, can you email it to me? Please. She has it.
We've got some good people out there.
That road, All Eyes wish she had video of. Candy, which road? I might have some video of it. If you listen, Purple Amaryllis, if you email it to me, I will play it. And my email is scrolling at the bottom of the screen. It's casebycase10@gmail.com. Mods, can you pop it in? Wait a minute, All Eyes, what's in your folder? You have the video too? Y'all are holding out on me. If you guys have it and someone emails it to me, I'll put my email in the chat. Well, I think there's a lot of people that want to see it. Okay, so I wanted to touch on that, and I for whatever reason, I had this out of order. Don't know why. So, Quester, I'll let you explain this diagram in the presentation.
And this is something that never came up. We had, we know, or we're supposed to know, that Kelsey drove the route which has been outlined in yellow to get from her house to the Mears lot. Nothing was produced to actually prove she did that. They just assumed, yeah, she must have come down that way. Now, the strange thing is, as you can see up in the top right, there's a property there, right at that junction, which has a camera.
We have people who email us. I was going to let them know that we have people who email us information all of the time. And
yeah,
this is a new location that video camera was retrieved from.
Now that would have captured Kelsey turning on that junction if she came that route. Now, if you'd been a state, would you have produced that just to confirm that Kelsey passed that camera at a certain time, so that would put her at Mears lot at a certain time? Of course you would. One of the most important parts of this whole case is the girls being at Mears lot and being dropped there. It was imperative that that be proven. Otherwise, anyone could say, no, they weren't. Disprove that. That camera there should have proved that Kelsey, Libby, and Abby went past there at a precise time. And from that precise time, you could have calculated the time they would have been at Mears lot. Why wasn't that produced by the state?
And
why was it? Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. To further correct some of our previous discussions, when we talked about all of the witnesses and things that were at the Mears lot and vehicles and whatnot that should have been seen on the Mears lot that were never provided. After going back through and listening to testimony, I clarified, because it had been a minute since I'd listened to the testimony, that Derek German testified he did not come in from the Freedom Bridge area to pass the Hoosier Harvest Store camera. He came in from another direction. So I believe he was in Frankfurt that day. So in the future, we will probably address what direction he came from to get to Mears lot to see if he also passed this camera up here in the right-hand corner. And again, that would give us a more accurate timeline of everyone coming and going that day. If that camera captured Kelsey coming to Mears lot, we would then know how long the girls were actually in Kelsey's vehicle sitting at Mears lot before we seen Kelsey's video or seen Kelsey's car leave on the camera.
Correct. It's very hard to say how important this camera would have been to the case.
Mm-hmm.
It would either confirm the Mears lot timing or blow a hole right through the case.
Right. The other thing on this map here that I wanted to point out that I forgot to mention was that Derek German also testified that on the evening of the 13th, he went to the Mears, he went back to the Mears lot And he came through these woods here and he walked this ridge line, shining flashlights. So to the right of this area, I'm assuming is where Derek German would have been. He would have had somewhat of a visual, because I don't believe by the time that he did this, it was completely pitch dark. And that's going to be our next focus, is creating pinpointed color-coded maps regarding the search areas and where people were, so we can determine what areas were searched. So let me see here. Let me remove this really fast. I'm going to make sure I have everything in line here. Okay, as we approach getting into the scanner information, I want to reiterate again that we have taken everything that we can get our hands on and had it transcribed and put it to paper in a timeline that is not so lengthy, because there's a lot of things in the scanner audio that doesn't pertain to this case. And I actually have, hold on one second, I have another document that I forgot to pull in here. Let me see if I can get it. But I want to reiterate going forward that what we're discussing is everything that we have found online and everything that we've put to paper. And we are not saying that what we're presenting is factual. We're showing you what the audio scanner tells us, how it was, it was transcribed. I have those files. So this is not us manipulating anything. This is information that is out there in the public that we are putting together in a format to present it to you. We are not saying that we are 100% accurate. And when we're done going over all of this, I'm not going to offer any solid conjecture of an opinion. I will leave that to all of you in the chat to make up your own minds what you believe. That's the easiest way I feel this can be done. Give me 1 second here. I'm going to see if I can pull this up. Okay. Hopefully this is the right one. It is. Okay, I've got it. Okay, so we're just going to touch bases on a few things to reiterate, and we are still in the realm of things that make you go, If you guys remember correctly, there was audio. We've gone over it on this channel throughout the vault multiple times about the audio from the police scanner on the 14th, the morning of the 14th, where law enforcement signals another law officer who is back at the firehouse, claiming that a civilian had just reported to him that the girls' bodies had been found in the water. That civilian, the officer reports, is John Weaver. And I'm going to reiterate another fun fact about him. He lived next door to the Flora house and next to the Pizza King in Flora, and was supposedly a firefighter. Now, I've not been able to prove that based on the background work that we've done on him. He's actually got quite an extensive record, and he's been arrested 10 to 15 times for drugs and theft. But he is by name brought up in the audio scanner because he reported the bodies were found in the water. And another reason why I'm bringing that up is because I have received an email that I'm going to read to you, and the identification of the person is not going to be on here. But this email is from a viewer who says, I am truly a nobody first and foremost. I have, however, had my ear to this case since day one. I remember when the helicopters were live on air above the water. So that means that she's watching the search unfold live on television. It's not a screenshot. It's not a, Devil's Pop Yard video or as above, so below. It is live on TV based on this email. Believe it or not, I instantly thought my eyes saw a body in the water. Enough so that I was absolutely shocked it was on air, and I sent my kids out of the room. Interesting that it still seems to be just one of many not so absolutely sures in this case. I bought into the original sketch and the down the hill audio. Didn't have a reason not to at that point. I didn't unnecessarily revert my attention to it again until maybe early summer when there had been no arrest. Unmistakably, my gut got a little tug, and I told my family, something's not right at all. That kept my attention, but when RA was arrested is when I fell in on it all pretty deep. The two things I referred to instantly in my determination that RA was being set up was, well, there's no effing way in hell he would have had any breath left after penguin shuffling down the damn hill. To me, this is 100% practical logic, and it shouldn't have ever even gone any further. The girls weren't found at the crime scene on the 13th, despite statements of there being a thorough search. So thank you to the viewer who sent that email in, and I've shared it with everybody. And that's quite interesting that, once again, there's another person claiming that they believe they saw this on the video. Next up, we have I believe this was also discussed earlier in the vault. I'm going to just bring it back up here again for references. This is a screenshot. Sorry, it's blurry. That's the best I can get it. Hold on, let me let my needy Yorkie out of the room. Here. Go, little girl. So this is a post from Tracy. She starts off, I don't know who we is, but her post says, we saw Abby and Libby clear as day in the water. Abby was splashing when the guy in red suit appeared to be holding her down. I personally do not believe this, but it's out there. It's been part of the thread of this theory. So to be fair and to present to you what we're presenting, I have to be fair and balanced. So sharing this, I do not believe that Abby was splashing in the water. Bodies weren't found in the water, and we saw them in the water. They had to drag bodies out and stage them. I saw with my own eyes the girls in the water. The one guy pretended not to see them. Then after the other man in the red suit held Abby down to make her look like I can't read that part, look like she was dead. There were men at the shore. They had to have drugged the bodies somewhere and staged them. Coroner even said that Abby died just 3 hours before girls were found. I don't know where she got that. So if the timing is right, I know what I saw. And if you question that, then it will tell you where to find it on the video. This may not be what you want to hear, but I saw what I saw. So that was just another correlation or something that's going to support that theory. And Jamie, good point. There was no water in the lungs. So everybody's got a decision to make when it comes to this stuff. Is that rabbit hole? Are we going to put, are we going to put some dirt in it and plant some grass seed and cover it and move on? Because the girls can't be in the water in the morning. The girls can't be at the crime scene in the morning. They can't be pinging all over town. There's so many anomalies about this case that you have to question. And I kind of feel silly reading this post, but at the same time, it's like, why would somebody make that up? It's so bizarre. So this one is a very interesting one. I don't know if I've shared it on here before, but I'll read it to you. I too saw a pic on February 15th that had two guys coming across the bridge about halfway, but they stopped and looked back when they saw the girls were going to take a picture. My girlfriend showed me the pic on her phone, but when I got home, I couldn't find the pic, and my girlfriend can't find it again since then. The post got deleted, but that doesn't mean that they can't go back and see the pic even if it was deleted, right? I am no way at all a computer expert, but worth checking out, I would think. February 15th is when we saw that post, but don't remember who had posted it, or my girlfriend would have already called it in. What I don't understand is that the police only show one person on the bridge, but not both. Makes me think that this is why the police won't show the part of the video of the guy coming across the bridge to them when they said they took the pic of the girls' video off the girls' video. I thought that if they shared the part of the video of him then coming towards them, that maybe we could tell who it is by the way he walked. And supposedly there's also another photograph of a backpack on the bridge that has disappeared. Candy said, it would have taken hours to stage from water. I think the branches in the water fooled us. Yeah, could have been. Well, the funny thing is that Kim Riley is the one who put the request out for people to look for the backpack. So that didn't come from a civilian. That came from law enforcement multiple times. There's several posts about the backpack. Yeah, I wish we could too. Good point, Kathy. Okay, guys. I think we're getting close. Oh boy, we have a lot still to go. So Quester, I'm going to read this and then I'm going to let you discuss because I feel like I've talked a whole bunch.
Okay.
So how many of you are familiar with Spence, Kingery, and Grimm? The deputy and his dog. Put a 1 in the chat if you're familiar. Okay, so we are going to go in and we are going to, let me see if I can make sure. Okay, the chat will be off screen And I'm only going to go through some of this, but this is our somewhat analysis of Spencer Kingery and who he is. Recent research and community source documents reveal that Officer Spencer Kingery, then a Florida Police Department officer and canine handler, was present at the Delphi crime scene on February 14, 2017. His presence was never disclosed in official filings, public statements, or trial testimony. Additionally, Kingery is reportedly the brother of a woman who shares a child with Carroll County prosecutor Nicholas McClelland, making him the child's uncle. This relationship was not disclosed to the defense or the public. Explicitly, the insider document, which is Slick's brother-in-law, explicitly identifies Kingery as one of the first law enforcement officers on scene, alongside Officer Yoder, who was completely left out of the whole entire discussion at trial. Contradicts official narrative naming Deputy Giannicola as Yoder's partner. Confirmed to have served in Flora PD in 2017, later Lafayette PD with the dog Grim, rural Indiana departments commonly assist each other in search efforts. Public statements by Sheriff Lesenby claimed canine units were canceled that day. Kingery was a canine handler, but reportedly present without his dog, suggesting concealed or unofficial deployment. He ended up taking his dog out there, by the way, but it was considered apparently to be unofficial. Law enforcement activity recorded earlier than official timeline suggests, before 11 a.m., matches insider claims of early scene control. References to Odin, workouts, and presence of Grim support his identity as a canine officer on scene. Kingery is reportedly the brother of a woman who has a child with Nicholas McClelland. This makes Kingery the uncle to McClelland's child. This connection creates a potential conflict of interest affecting the impartiality of the investigation and prosecution. I'm going to skip all of this about his properties that he owned. Potential implications: the scene integrity and the chain of custody. Early undisclosed presence and possible scene control activities raise questions about evidence handling and official narrative reliability. Conflict of interest. Family ties between an early scene officer and the lead prosecutor create a significant conflict, which should have been disclosed to ensure transparency. Timeline credibility. Discrepancies support allegations of a manipulated and suppressed timeline. Community connection and appearance of conflict. The eventual sale of Kingery's former home to the victim's sister and her husband. While not indicating wrongdoing, this highlights the need for thorough disclosure of any direct and indirect connections that could create an appearance of partiality. Scrolling back up, we do see that Spencer Kingery was the owner of the property that Kelsey German bought. In December of 2024. Could be no big deal, but it just goes to show you this case has major tentacles. Considerations for further investigation could be to obtain personal logs and scene arrival times for all officers on February 13th and 14th, review internal communications regarding canine deployment and scene assignments, investigate any formal or informal attempts to present or block this information during prior legal proceedings, evaluate potential community witness statements supporting or refuting Kingery's early presence, review all property transaction records for any undisclosed relationships or communications. And the conclusion of this is the presence of Officer Spencer Kingery at the scene, coupled with his familiar connection to prosecutor Nicholas McClelland and the indirect property link to the victim's family, represents a significant finding. These details were not disclosed in public records or at trial and could materially affect the understanding of scene integrity, evidence handling, and potential conflicts in prosecutorial decision-making. This gives you a background of Officer Kingery's job history, more so that came to be after the Delphi murders. Chief of Police at Town of Burlington, Patrolman at Burlington Police Department, Delphi City Board of Works at City of Delphi, member at Delphi Redevelopment Commission, Delphi City Council at Delphi City, Deputy Town Marshal at Brookston Police Department, by inspector at FDA inspector, police officer in Delphi City Police Department, police officer at Flora City Police Department, EMTB at Carroll County EMS, Sergeant K-9 Deputy Sheriff at Carroll County Sheriff's Office, Reserve Deputy Sheriff at Carroll County Sheriff's Office, Jail Deputy at Tippecanoe County Sheriff's Office, and Jail Officer at Clinton County Sheriff's Office. Jail Officer at Carroll County Sheriff's Office, and Dispatcher at Delphi City Police Department. So, and nobody told me I wasn't sharing my screen when I put all of that up. So just so you guys know that I wasn't reading a fake document. Sorry about that. No one said anything. Here is what I just read through. Can you guys see my screen now? I'm not going to read through it all again. Quester, can you see my screen?
I can see it.
Okay. Yeah, I thought I was sharing this. I can make this document available as well. It's all from public records. I'm checking the chat. So, yeah, Chelsea, sorry. Chelsea said, Amy, what are you reading from? I thought I had shared my screen. I couldn't, for whatever reason, I couldn't get this document to convert, or I didn't get it done in time to convert to a PDF to get it up in StreamYard. So I just shared my screen, but this is the document that we have. So absolutely, I will share it. So let me see here. Let me remove the comment and let me stop sharing my screen, go back to the PDF. That is Grim and Spencer. Here is Spencer again with his, he's running for Delphi City Council. I do believe he won. He had a lot of great positions. Also, scratch out over here on the right. I thought I updated this and saved it. I didn't mean to put Kingery on here to the right. It's no Capitano. Firefighter Capitano is, now remember, this is a prelude going into the scanner audio, okay? Capitano is not in on the sign-in sheet for the firefighters, but he was there off duty on scene. And the reason that is relevant is because Brad German Quester, do you think that I should play Julie's message about this?
I don't see why not.
Okay, guys, give me a second. Oh, yeah. Let me see. It might take me too long to pull it up. Hold on. Let me see how long it's going to take me. Okay, hang on. Okay, here we go. So in pursuit of trying to get as much accurate information as possible, I had come across information prior about Capitano basically pushing searchers away. And there was actually a piece that I meant to have in here today that I thought I put in here, but I guess I did not. Shame on me. Talking about searchers who came from another county who were turned away. But Capitano was allegedly down at the creek turning searchers away, and one in particular was Brad German, which is Derek German's father, Libby German's grandfather. And apparently Brad German was going down with his hunting dog to cross the creek in Capitano. This was directly across the creek from where the crime scene was. And I believe this is still dark in the morning. And I ran this by some other locals and whatnot, and some people came back and said, no, that was the 13th. But I know that Julie Melvin had the direct conversation with Brad German face-to-face about this. And this is what Julie Melvin had to say. So let me share my screen.
Answer to the question about Brad German telling me he went out there. When he told me he went out there, he said it was dark. I made the assumption, never assume, that it was on the 13th. Now, what he told me was he went out there with his dog. He said he and his brother have hunting dogs. He took a shirt of Libby's, let the dog sniff it. He was standing down by the creek on Kay Weber's side. The dog started barking and started to pull him across. He was barking and looking towards the other side over there at the crime scene area, and started pulling him across the creek, in which he said he got stopped. And I said, let me guess, Michael Capitano. He goes, yeah. How did you know? I said, because I knew that he stopped somebody else. Now, I took it that was on the 13th because he said it was dark. Well, get this. Becky Patty wanted to disprove anything that I have said. She's wanted to reduce my credibility. So he told me that in 2019. All the way up to 2023, I believe. Yeah. She went on Murder Sheet, and she had never talked to Brad on Facebook. And you can see because it shows when the beginning of the conversation ever. And she had heard this. She was always searching. I kind of disappeared, so she couldn't find anything on me for a while. And somehow she found out that I had talked to Brad. And for whatever reason, why she's even messing with me, still trying to disprove it, she's all about half-truths. She contacted Brad and said, humor me. It said that you were out there searching the night of the 13th. Were you there the 13th? He said, no, I was there early morning of the 14th. Thank you. Okay. Just trying to dispel a rumor. So she didn't elaborate on anything else, you see. She wanted to make my entire statement null and void. Like there's no credibility to the entirety of it. And that's what she did. That's what she does. She went on the Murder Sheet and posted that to clear up a few rumors or whatever. So he said, no, I was there on the 14th. So it was wee hours of the morning, which actually, if you won't really think about it, it's even worse that Michael Capitano said, No, you don't cross there. That this area's already been searched. We're just blocking off areas we've already searched. So it's one thing for it to be at night. Okay, you can say it's dark. It's dark. We didn't see anything. But now we're talking in the early morning, like 6 o'clock in the morning, I think is when they were out there searching, whatever time. I don't know exactly what time it was. But if they're out there in the morning and they still haven't found them and they still say they searched, exactly when do those bodies happen to appear before their eyes?
Okay, there was that. Is everybody still with us? Quest, are you still with me?
I'm still here.
Okay. So that's the information that we have about Brad German being out at the scene. That's the most accurate. That is the most accurate details I can get you guys. So now, moving on, and again, this is for fair use, educational purposes. Please support the original podcast of Scene of the Crime, the Delphi series. I'm going to play a small portion of that. It's going to fall in and lead into what we're going to go into with the transcripts of the audio scanner.
When we left off at the end of episode 2, around midday on Tuesday, February 14th, 2 bodies had been found in a secluded, wooded area off the southeast end of the Monon High Bridge. Word quickly spread among weary search party members that, tragically, their efforts were no longer needed. Mike Patty overheard subdued radio chatter among search party leaders that 2 bodies had been found that likely were the girls. Becky Patty and a female friend were together when the woman's husband called her. He was in the group of searchers who found the bodies, and his wife relayed the terrible news to Becky. Kelsey, part of a search party near the bridge, heard the searchers yelling back and forth. Her first impulse was to run to find her sister.
My first thought was I need to run across the creek and get over to the other side. I need to see them. I need to hold my sister. And I need to give her the granola bar that's in my bag.
But her friend, Mrs. Bennett, who had herself lost her brother at age 17, held her back. She tried to soothe Kelsey, saying, "Wait, let the police do their job. We don't know if it's them." In hindsight, Kelsey has said she was very glad that she did not see her sister's body up close, as it lay on the cold ground. That would have been too much to bear. Kelsey interviewed Mrs. Bennett for us, and the two talked about the tragic discovery of the girls.
Somebody else had screamed, "We found them." And, wow. And I remember just how devastated you were and how you just kind of melted. And I remember holding you as if I could and just trying to love on you as much as I could in that moment.
After the girls' bodies were found, did the police ask you questions as to whether or not you had seen anything or found anything?
No. After they were found, we were close enough to your grandpa that, you went to him, and I just made sure that you were there and safe with somebody. I remember you just saying that you needed your grandma. We needed to find your grandma.
Kelsey tells us that everyone in her family felt as though they had suffered a body blow.
Seconds later, I saw my biological grandfather. He was not standing too far away from me, and he had almost started collapsing to the ground when he had heard about it. And so my next thought was, he's going to have a heart attack again. So I ran to him and I helped him get back to the house instead of going towards my sister.
So there's that out of Kelsey's own mouth about her grandfather. And interestingly, that scenario of how Becky was informed about the girls was not how she has portrayed it over the years, that she took a phone call. It was more, she always claimed that she saw the coroner's van, which, you know, it's either here nor there, I guess. It's just an odd variation of the story of something that's so profound. I don't know. Some people embed those type of memories. Some people don't. The other thing that I find interesting is if you've got Brad German out there in the wee hours of the morning searching, and he's being told this area was already searched to go away, why were other searchers allowed into that area hours later? And the other post that, while I let Quester go over this, I'm going to see if I can pull it in here. I thought I had it in this presentation, but I don't. No, Jones, there were no items from the graveyard found at the crime scene. So I have another screenshot from two women discussing online how they went out there to volunteer from another county to search, and they were turned away as well. And they were turned away and told that the area needed to be clear so the searching dogs could work, which we all know that's been a major issue in this case, that the dogs were canceled the evening of the 13th. So now we're going to get into the transcripts. And remember, we have taken what's available online and we've compiled it. And you guys can be the judge of your own opinions. Well, what I need you to do is I need you to pay attention as we go through. Christine, you're right. You need to pay attention to what's being said, especially about locations and who's where and places they've claimed they've searched as we go through this. Quester, I'm going to let you take it from here on this spread.
Righto.
Hold on one second. I'm gonna blow it up, but I got to get these comments off the screen. Thanks, you True Crime Junkie. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. It's not just me, by the way, though. It's there's a handful of us. It's a small handful. It's about 4. And Cherie's still in the mix. Cherie's a busy girl at her law firm right now, but Cherie's still a part of this channel, so let's not forget to include her. All right, here we go. I'm going to expand it and let you take it from there.
Has it expanded?
Yes, can you see it? You might have to pull it up on your end from the file. Wait a minute. It's added. It's to the stage. Let me see. Let's see if this works. Yeah, it's full view on my end.
That's okay. I've got my own copy here anyway, so I can work from there.
Okay. Well, wait a minute. Wrong one. There we go. Now it's expanded. Okay.
Right. Before we start, there is more of the scanner which we've got to go through. There's a lot of it. But at the moment, what we've done is we've concentrated on one area, which we found quite important, and produced that. So we'll probably have to revisit this at a later date, won't we, Amy?
Yes, and this is probably going to be, and we'll probably be touching on this in multiple parts because we do have one of our team members did come across some scanner audio from days after that have some pertinent information on there as well. It's going to be transcribed. But I do have one request, if it's not too much, Quester, when we go through this, if you can, without adjusting is it possible that you just give the flat time instead of using military time for those who aren't real fluent on military time, so they can follow along easier?
I shall try to. Yes, I might slip a few times. I'll try to.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, 13th of February. These are all fairly regular sort of preparation type messages that we've got here. There are others which we've yet to go through before, during, and after. But these ones show that yes, the fire department was involved, but it was being taken away for a set of missing girls in Gary. Now this, of course, severely weakened the search control. You then had the public, family, and so on wandering around, treading on things, crushing evidence, all sorts of things, without being watched too closely. But if we move on to the 14th of February, that's when the interesting stuff really starts. We've got it just gone 1:30 in the morning. The fire brigade are still busy with the girls in Gary. And they carry on with that issue until about 7:30 approximately. Which is a bit of a shame, because that's right the way through the night. The fire units weren't really there.
Well, at least they weren't communicating on channels that we have access to. And I should have probably said this before we started this. So I used to dispatch for, I think I've said that 100 times, but typically, for those of you who aren't familiar with how it works, especially when there is a situation like this, they will set up, they will designate an event channel to where specialty officers, different, you're going to hear a lot about 601 in this scanner. He is from the Tippecanoe County Emergency Response Team, and he's basically in charge of setting up the command center and the search party. So he would have been the one to designate what channel on everyone's walkies that they would have been using. That would have been the majority of that would have been off the main air. You never want to tie up your main air, because you're dispatching air, meaning when there's an emergency and someone calls in, the dispatcher needs the clear air to be able to get help to those who need it. So you've got to detect. We always had we call them back channels for car accidents, where you got to call a wrecker, or you need an accident team to come out. All different sorts of things where, when you get pulled over and an officer wants to run a 50 on you, which a 50 here where I live, that means they're going to do a license check and a background check, see if you are on parole, probation, or if you have any outstanding warrants. That's all done on separate channels. So that's not a nefarious thing. And I do know that throughout a lot of the scanner talk that I've listened to, the dispatcher directs a lot of these officers to head back to channel 4. So I'm assuming the event channel for this episode was on a channel 4. Could be wrong. I'm just throwing that out there because it is said numerous times. But also, we are getting bits and pieces of main air and back channel air throughout the scanner. So go ahead, Quester. Sorry.
That's okay. Right. Sorry about that. Right. You still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Yeah.
Okay.
It's messing around again. Sorry. Right.
I think you were at 7:30 on the 14th.
Yeah, 7:30. This one's an odd one. The fire command is reporting that there's a vehicle parked out at 625 West and 250 North. Hello?
Yeah, I'm here. Are you freezing up? Ruh-roh. Did we lose Quester? All Eyes, are you backstage? What's going on? Oh no, that's something different. Never mind. That's not, it doesn't say my eyes are so bad. It says Alan's parking. I think we might have lost Quester. He might have to pop back in. Yep, he's going to come back in. Yeah, I'm sorry, All Eyes. I had my glasses off for a minute, and I was reading something. I thought it said All Eyes, and I'm like, but it's part of another video that I have in here. Radar, girl, I need to know. Do you know from the rumor mill when Ron Logan's bathroom was remodeled? Yeah, he's going to come back in. I'm surprised we don't have problems with our connection more so than what we do, because I know. Eyes, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to confuse you. But he's in the UK, so I'm surprised that we don't have more of an issue with our connection. And that's kind of why the vault has fallen on Mondays, because it works because he's like 5.5 hours ahead of us. So we'll just wait patiently. Maybe his computer did a freeze. Yes, Radar, please. I'm not sure where Streets is today. I know she just took a new job, and I forget what it is. I gotta think. Hold on. You know, she was in a really bad car accident. Her car was totaled. Somebody, they were like at a dead stop along the side of a mountain, and somebody plowed into a vehicle or two behind her and plowed another car into her. And I can't think of the job. We just talked about it the other day. She just took a new job. No, Radar, baby. So I talked about it when I first came on, and I'll just say it again to kill time. And everybody, just take a quick moment to please hit that like and subscribe. We have like 2,000 views on these videos and like 200 likes. Come on. So yeah, she does have horses. I know. I'm like, I gotta fly out there. I wanted to spend the weekend and ride horses and be a country girl. But Radar, so my daughter went to the doctor last week. Her OB wasn't there. She goes every week now. They measured her, sent her on her way. Her OB called the very next morning and said, we'd have to induce. So she's scheduled to be induced Wednesday at 7 a.m. So I have that day off work. God, right. This is all happening like right before I go on vacation. So I was happy that they were going to induce her because I'm like, okay, at least I have a day, da 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 da. And let me see. Quester's coming back in now. If he can pop on, there he is. So she went today. Long story short, and the baby's just too big. They want her to deliver, so the doctor went ahead and stripped her membranes. Oh, Kathy, yeah, I gotta go. I gotta go there too. I have a lot of places I gotta go. I just need to. After 2 baby showers in 1 year, that hit the bank pretty hard. And now having to take off right before vacation, I'm like, oh, guys, come on. Can I catch a break? So, Quester, are you in here? Can you hear me? Because when you first came in, it said your devices aren't connected, and I'm not seeing a microphone. So let me see here. I can't edit his mic settings. Let me kick him again. Okay, he's got to go out and come right back in, guys. Sorry. No, he's not muted. He might just have too much pulled up on his screen. I feel like StreamYard does that to my computer. Like if I've got too much, it like starts to like freeze everything. And then it like wakes back up like, oh yeah, I'm supposed to be doing what you tell me. On a side note, I haven't even got to respond to Spooky yet, but Spooky on Twitter messaged me, and she was telling me that and I think she said this at the last live, that they put up fencing along the trails, along the side that runs along 300. And at the end of the south end of the bridge, blocking Brad Weber's property. All right. Quester, are you there? I don't know if you can hear me, but we can't hear you. You might want to check your settings, or maybe refresh your browser. Well, it shows his mic is on, but it's not letting him talk. Well, we can't hear him. All right, one more time. Sorry, guys, for the delay. Let's call this intermission. Yeah, I wonder why they put the fencing out. I mean, to be honest, I wonder if it has something to do with the appellate team trying to keep. I mean, maybe they're going to go out there and do. Well, I don't really feel like the appellate team would need to do that, but somebody's put up some fencing, and I guess it's like 6 foot. So if anybody goes out there soon, get some pictures. Yeah, Radar, I posted the pictures of his bathroom on the community page, and there's some pictures of some other parts of his house. It's not, I don't believe it's all of his house. But his bathroom does look, I mean, it looks brand new. It looks brand new. And he had what, a whole month to get that done. It's still saying his devices are not connected. Let me see if he's messaging me. Let me see here. Try coming back in on a different device. It just says your devices are not connected. Yeah, Radar, it does look up to date. I can pull that up really quick while we're waiting, because I can hear him come back in. Whoop, wait a minute. There he is. Let's see. I think you're there, Quester. No? Uh-oh. We still can't hear you. Does anybody, any creators in chat, have any suggestions to help it? Because when he comes backstage, it's got a gray screen and it says devices not connected. It says they need to connect their mic camera before logging in. So there's I know who put the photographs out first, and that was Arnhem. She did a video. And these were taken, these photographs were taken in March of 2017. My camera's turned off. He's probably going to have to restart a device. Yes, that's what she is doing, Mother of Dragons. Yes, she is now she's an organ transplant. She's transporting organ donors' transplants. So yes, so let me pull him up, give us something to do while we're waiting for him. So this appears to be a bedroom photograph. Right here. There's the bathroom. And I've been told that this bathroom has been completely remodeled, from years prior and that the toilet and the tub are on the other side of the room. Here's another picture of the bedroom. You can definitely tell the house is an older home based on, I don't know if this is wallpaper above this bed or if it's actually a plastered wall that's got a cracked seam going through it. But isn't that a blue jacket laying over the chair? It definitely looks like he was in the process of having remodeling done. I mean, you've got, I don't know if this is paint or plaster or what this is, but you can see the framework and electrical wires hanging out. So I don't know if he was somebody who, it was just a slow work in progress, or if this was something that he had just like, hey, this has to get done. Not sure. Guys, he'll fix it and he'll come back in, I'm sure of it. So have any of you guys watched the Idaho 4 documentary on Prime? I still have to finish episode 4, but I hear episode 5 is really good. Well, Mother of Dragons, I have to go where there's horses. And they have a spare bedroom, so I can go and stay at their property and ride horses all weekend. I don't know. Wall that's got a seam. Okay, so there you are.
Anybody there?
We're here. We've been patiently waiting for you to return.
Oh, am I back?
Yes, you're back.
Hey! Well, that was fun.
It definitely looks like he was. Well, I'm glad that you were able to fix it. Just my opinion. I've heard about a backpack. I've talked about a backpack. I've shown that Kim Riley put a bulletin out about everyone looking for a backpack or a backpack being discarded. Now, I'm not aware of Libby having a backpack on in the BG video. I thought was the sweatshirt arm. If you have something more than that, email it. I definitely will take a look at it, and if it's there, I can put it up and we can talk about it. But I've always thought that the photograph of the girls in the car was a possible backpack strap on Abby's shoulder. But I'm not opposed to them having a backpack. The girls, I mean, they were going out on the trails. They could have taken a backpack of snacks. They could have taken Abby's backpack with her that she brought over for the sleepover. Could have been a number of things. Okay, so let's get back to the scanner. Do you have it pulled up on your end so you can read it?
Yes, I've got it.
All right.
Where was it? Oh, yeah. What was it? 7:53, wasn't it?
Yes.
Right. I don't know whereabouts 625 West and 250 North is, but it would appear that there was a fire truck parked out there for some reason. Got no idea why, especially if the fire people were not around at the time. But anyway, we then move into, we're still starting to collect the firemen in. And we come to 9:04. We've now got fire command asking for a pickup truck to be removed from the cemetery. Now, as we know, Pat Brown's pickup, the orange Chevrolet, was in the cemetery, and it was parked pretty much in the way, almost blocking the main entrance into the land from the cemetery. So it's understandable that they wanted it removed. We then get to about 9:15. Give you a chance to read it. Again, it's saying the house search is in effect. Now, this is an odd one. So at 9:15, they were searching somebody's house somewhere. We've never heard what that house search was or why. But it's pretty early, especially if they haven't found any bodies or anything like that yet. We then move to the end of this little paragraph, and it's saying that they want to keep everybody out of that general area until the dog starts being good there. Well, this again confirms there's a dog there. So again, we know Spence Kinnery is in the area. But why are they now wanting to keep everybody out of the general area when the search is only now just restarting?
And by the way, based on, if you look it up, and I also did a check with AI, according to all things accountable, it appeared that the sun was beginning to come up around 7:40 a.m. on the 14th in Carroll County. Go ahead, Custer. Want me to skip? Want me to move next page?
Yeah, on to 9:16. This is quite a long piece of blurb, but if I encapsulate it by saying that this is roughly when they were trying to bring in the helicopter. So it's given the directions, how to come in, where to come from, turn left, turn right, etc. So
let's go to the top. Let's go back up to the top there, because this had a peculiar. Wait a minute. Let me see. Okay, never mind. Go ahead. That's not the area I was talking about. Sorry.
Do you have another copy of this? Because I think that's the old sheet.
I don't think so.
I emailed you a sheet a little while ago.
Let me double check. We've had so many sheets flying back and forth, it's not even funny.
Yeah. Tell me about it.
And I've learned to label every single flipping thing, or I will never find it again. Okay. Oh, okay. Yes, I did have two of them. You got me on that one. Okay. Oh, yes. This is the good one. Okay. Let's remove this one. Sorry, guys, for the delay. I'm going to share my screen. I'm going to share my screen because this should be actually bigger. So you want to let's start over on the, let's go line by line. And you did do, that's right, you did do it without the military time on this first part. So can you see my screen?
I can see your screen, yes.
Okay, good. So let's start over and let's just read every line.
Right from the start.
Yep.
Okay.
You want me to read it and you commentate?
Yes, go on. Why not? I've got a bit of a sore throat though.
326 to 305 relocation, 300 west on 500 north. Those are two vehicles basically marking with dispatch that they're relocating where they had previously marked in with dispatch. Tone out of Delphi fire, go to station for brief on 2 missing girls. Tone out of Camden fire, manpower to station for detail, meaning they need to come to the station because they're going to be given an assignment. Units recall to regroup. Amber alert for missing and endangered girl in Gary. Units called back to the station. Searchers to meet at local gas station. We believe that is related to the Gary situation. There was 2 missing girls. One was found dead, one was found alive. February 13th at 1:38. Bolo, 2 missing girls in Gary. I believe that's 1:38 a.m. 6:23 fire units and refugees, whatever that means. 7:01 a.m. Delphi fire units required to report to the station for briefing on 2 missing juveniles. So at 7:01, we know the sun's not up yet, but Capitano is already out there by the creek. 7:25, all Delphi fire units out with search parties to report to station. Same thing again, 7:26, units recall to regroup. Amber alert for missing and endangered girl in Gary. 7:30 a.m. en route to station. 7:53, Fire Command, Carroll County, Delphi Fire Command. I have Deputy Giannicola inquiring if you know who's out at 625 West and 250 North. Apparently there is a truck out there, belongs to a fire personnel, needing it removed. That truck was on a driveway. 8:01 a.m., Camden Fire, manpower requested to station for detail. 8:22 a.m., units recall to group, repeat, Amber alert for missing and endangered girl in Gary. So it appears that Carroll County has now picked up the Amber alert out of Gary, and they are just basically sharing it as a bolo, which dispatchers do all the time. Other departments will contact you and say, hey, this is what we've got. Can you share it? So at 9:04, this is where I'm going to let you pick up, Quester, at 9:04 a.m.
At 9:04, that's where we got Deputy Cole's fire command requesting that a pickup be removed from the cemetery. And we know that was Pat Brown's orange Chevy that had been parked right down the bottom in the corner, out of sight from the road, coincidentally, and was close up to the entrance into the woodland. So it was obstructing the searchers getting in. We then get a 9:15, and we got them saying that, can you repeat your traffic? I was only able to get bits and pieces, and that there's a house search in effect. Now, we've heard nothing else since to this day on that house search. We don't know what house it was, where it was, anything. It was a bit strange at that time in the morning. We then get to the part which is in red, where they're trying to keep everybody out of that general area until the dog starts being good there. I've got one coming on the way. Well, we know that that was Spence Kinnery, but this is yet a full confirmation he was there with a dog, and he was there from early in the morning on the 14th. Then going to 916. Apologies, that's a typo. That should be 916, not 1916. Now this is where command are trying to talk in a helicopter. It's obvious that the helicopter's having a job finding them. Sorry, it's the third again. They're directing them in, coming across. Hello.
Do you want me to read this? Do you want me to read this paragraph?
It'd be easy. Apologies for the phone.
That's okay. We've got a description for the post. We'll just start calling the area once you have any specifics. No, we don't right now. If you start around 300 North and then the Hoosier Heartland and continue southeast from there, how far? It's going to be more east than south. Just follow the street. 21, that's a call number. Do you have a visual on us? We're trying to locate the bridge that we're referencing off of. Yeah, come to the left of you. We're out over here. I can't remember what this new highway is. There's a nice walking bridge across it. It's like a memorial out here on the west end of it. Continue to the east, and that's where we're sitting. You'll see my white pickup truck with a parked Charger next to me. We're kind of in the woods along the edge of the creek. Just follow the creek to the east if you see it. Yeah, there's a lot. This is communication between the officers out there by the creek and the helicopter. So when we had this transcribed, they're communicating without call signals because they don't normally communicate, usually. We're kind of in the woods along the edge. Just follow the creek to the east if you see it. Yeah, there's a larger one out our window. Okay, we'll follow it to the east. Are you in the red helicopter or the black one? We are in, no, that's not us. That's Lifeline. We're in the blue, a dark blue. 1 second. If you continue straight, you'll almost fly right over the creek here in just a couple seconds. And then we're right past it. I see you. We're going to work east from here. The old railroad bridge just straight east of us is where it's supposed to be. Okay. We're going, okay, 1 second. If you're continue, I'm rereading that. You almost fly right over the creek here in just a couple of seconds, and then we're right past it. That's where we're searching here in area 4. Yeah, I'm on 1. 601, we all 481, Charger 601, go ahead. 601, 602 bridge. I believe we're in location. We're going to start searching this area. So 601, when he says we're all 481, that is a 10 code or a call signal to either go to a channel or it indicates everybody's in staging position, something to that effect. So, and 601 and 602 are both, I believe, from Tippecanoe County, the emergency response team. Do you have anything to add to that paragraph, Quester, to discuss?
No, this is the first time we get to see that they brought in these people, 601 and 602. And it's sort of indicating that they're going to be staying at the command post and running all the communications and so on. But that's just sort of the start of it. It's worth keeping an eye on 601, 602. Okay?
Yep. So at 918, so let me get to you. Okay, towards the bridge on the right. You'll see our pickup here. Clear. I want to know if they're good here. I've got one coming. 601 told the helicopter, you're leaving the command? Hang a right. You'll see our pickup there. Clear. I want to know if they're good here. 10-4, acknowledgement. 21, copy, 521. 950, go ahead, Quester.
Right. Here we get 601 again.
And by the way, 601's name is Marty Webb.
Yes. Now, this is what the helicopter is telling him. But the helicopter went up Deer Creek, probably about 4 miles, and flew down it as well, and saw nothing. They checked the surrounding fields within about a 3-mile radius, and obviously found nothing again. So that's confirmation that the helicopter was doing a full search, and did the Deer Creek specifically. So that almost puts to bed any idea of them being in the creek. They then saying, do you have any further for us? In other words, asking, can they go home? They found nothing. At 9:52, we go on to a different subject. We've now got Medic 3 being introduced. Medic 3 is an ambulance. As it says, we have a request for an ambulance on 300 North, just east side of the Heartland. Someone will be speaking to a Marty Webb, that's 601, staging in that area. But if you recall, they did put staging over the road just by turning to the CPS. On standby, just in case anything happens with all the people about. So Medic 3 was being brought in as a just in case a searcher hurt himself, that sort of thing. Right. At 09:53, things start getting strange. Do you know what all these codes mean, Amy?
Well, their TIN code is different than mine, but I have their TIN code.
Right.
And it looks like we have what it looks like to me, based on the way that these all are marking in, is you've got these officers. So they, because this is what you would consider a special event, officers will mark on the main air to the dispatcher that they're now on air. And they in the CAD system or trunk system, whatever Carroll County works off of, when an officer marks in, you basically put them in your queue that you know that you are now responsible for whatever communication they put on your air. So they simply could have just marked on the air 89, 14, 1046, 1046, 1028. They could have been marking on the air that they were on the air with Carroll County now, and then switch to a back channel. And then because this is the main air, we probably also have somebody who should not be running a license plate number, asking for a 50 to be ran on some vehicle, probably in that area, because they were doing a lot of that, which we didn't incorporate all of those vehicles that were being checked and described, because there was never any follow-up in the scanner audio that gave us any information about it. So that would have taken us days to read through. But that could be what this means. I'm not saying that it is for sure, but I know that they were calling in several people, and there's absolutely no reason why in Carroll County any Lafayette radio transmissions should be interfering with Carroll County. I mean, it just doesn't work that way when you are dealing with people's lives. You're not going to have Lafayette, Carroll County, Gary, all of them all working off the same airways. That's just not going to happen. And not to mention, their signals and their TIN codes are going to be different. So that's my best guess. And then we also have at 9:53, we have somebody who's changing a tire. I'm assuming that is a law enforcement vehicle, or it is a stranded pedestrian in a vehicle that they've stopped to help along some road. They don't say. But they do mark at this time too. Yeah, all right, dogs, surrounding fields within about a 3-mile radius. Do you have anything further for us? So we know that the chopper is also communicating in this air line as well. So it all has to be within the Carroll County communication system. And if it's not, God help you in Carroll County, because it's probably going to screw with you ever getting help if you need 911. Okay, 954.
954.
Talk to 5. Go ahead.
No, go on.
No, I'll let you do it.
That's like, okay, you carry on. You're doing fine.
Okay, 954. Talk to 514. Coneland. Yes, sir. Talk to 514. Coneland. Yes, sir. We're going to be sending, if there's any development or any additional area they develop, we'll come back and check those. Yes, sir. So I'm assuming that they're releasing this particular helicopter from that area, because it sounds like they already possibly have 1 or 2 other ones on scene. 956. This again, they're marking their call numbers, and don't know if this is if this is a pedestrian or law enforcement who has a flat tire, but it says, I'll be changing the tire. She should be on the road in about 10 to 15 minutes. 95, 90, 46, 601. Hang out there in the area there, and they're going to try to get a hold of them directly, but I'll search the area once I get them to you. Clear. We're searching another building that leads to being called go. I'll stand by here and defer a request. Clear. DJ, may we have power to 161? DJ, no, I didn't copy. You're broken up. I'm broken up now. Okay. Quester, what do you make of that transmission?
Well, the most I can make of it is it would appear that they've got officers or searchers incoming, and perhaps that's the vehicle that's had the puncture, and it's bringing them in. That's what I'm assuming it meant.
Well, yes, I agree with that, but I also, the last two lines, that's what we would call side chatter amongst officers who know each other, or at substations and whatnot, they call each other nicknames. And not every municipality has substations. We have numerous here where I live. So where the radio room is not where the police state, the main headquarters to the police department is, and we have substations. So our officers report when they're clocking in and clocking out. They go to their respective substation to turn in their equipment and their vehicle. So like around here, car say 186, there's only one vehicle, 186, and that vehicle is used for A company, B company, and C company, all three shifts. So this, to me, this clear DJ, may we have power to 161. That is side chatter to me. That is something that they understand. That's not on a 10 code. They're talking about something or somewhere that they're trying to get set up. And I would assume that it could possibly be the command center that they're prepping to set up out there by the trail system. That's how I take that, but I can't say for sure.
Yeah. What do you make of we're searching another building?
They've gotten access to somewhere. I don't know if that's a Mears outbuilding or if that's something over there by Anderson's. It could be the CPS lot, but wherever it is, I believe it's very close to where they're about to go next.
Certainly.
956, there's discussion about Medic 3, and they were told, somebody was asking about Medic 3, and they were told to contact 601. Because again, 601 is Tippecanoe County Emergency Recovery, and they are in charge of setting up the Emergency Response Command Center. Shane Haggart was searching with Jake John on the south side of the creek near the Monon High Bridge. He saw a tie-dye shirt in the creek, so called a nearby fireman. The fireman crossed the Monon High Bridge and saw the shirt and a Nike shoe. Shane Haggart also called Mr. Mears, who called Pat Brown. When Pat Brown arrived, Shane Haggart talked Pat Brown into the area. Shane Haggart was still on the phone when Pat Brown found Libby and Abby. 10:03, told again to contact 601. And I'm sorry, guys, this is not going to be clear sentences because this is air traffic. This is between officers, so they talk in cut up verbiage. Tracy saw a man in a red outfit, a fireman, at the crime scene. 3 hours before the time law enforcement said that they found Libby and Abby. So Quester, can you elaborate? And guys, things in red are things outside of the scanner audio. So Quester, explain this. Who is Tracy? You don't know, and where this information came from.
Right. This is the one I think you mentioned earlier. The Tracy was saying that she saw them floating in the water and so on. Do you recall that? Yeah. Well, while she was saying that, yeah, she was insistent that it was a man in a red outfit who was at the crime scene.
Which would have been a water cruiser.
It would have been a fireman.
This line right here. So this line right here, you incorporated because of that. That's the possible information that we had from that screenshot, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. So this timestamp is in between 2:03 and 10:11, but getting it transcribed, we couldn't pick up the exact time. It says, just had a citizen stop by, and I believe everybody who follows this case has heard this audio transmission. Said, just had a citizen stop by our area, advised the girls to have been found in the water. Can you confirm 601? We have no confirmation of that whatsoever. Okay, let me check myself really quick because I said earlier that who he was responding to was at the fire station. I was wrong. He was 601, I believe, was searching a building. That's why he sounded like he was inside. I just completely got my wires crossed on who this officer was signaling about the girls being found in the water. I forgot that it was 601 in the building searching. We have no confirmation of that whatsoever. Be advised that it was a John Weaver that told him that. 601, repeat, we have no confirmation of that whatsoever. Medic 3, now guys, this is where it gets shady. Medic 3 at 10:11 is contacted. Medic 3 to attend, older person who is having chest pains. NB is, what is her first name?
Kelsey.
Kelsey, but it says NB. That isn't that who Kelsey was with that we heard interviewed?
Note.
Okay. Kelsey German stated that her grandfather, Brad German, had almost started collapsing to the ground when he had heard about the discovery of the bodies. And so my first thought was he's going to have a heart attack again. We just played that audio for you. And here we have at 10:11 a.m., Medic 3 being asked to attend an older person who is having chest pains. 10:37, search is in effect. Volunteer teams to be led by an official and to search away from the tracks so as not to interfere with search dog efforts. Search in effect at 10:37. That search started way earlier than 10:37 a.m. Not to mention at early in the morning, we have people, including Brad German, being directed away from the search. So why is there an announcement on the air that now the search is in effect? Don't know. Doesn't make sense. You can draw your own conclusions. I have a 1028, a detained suspect. That is directly off the Carroll County 10 code, which I will also post in the Facebook group. This is on the 1021 disregard data, Delphi, Indiana truck plate, 406 NDS, letter F Frank, S is in Sam, S is in Sam. This, we believe, is isn't this where Pat Brown was going to be detained because of the truck?
Yeah, that was his truck, the numbers being given, yes.
And then they realized that he was part of the search team, so they called on air to disregard. Dispatch 1485 Lafayette, it returns to an orange 2005 Chevrolet, expires 3/7 of 28. Dispatch 1485 Lafayette, registered owners are Patrick and Angel Brown of Delphi. That is on the air at 10:45. And we know for a fact that vehicle in the cemetery belonged to Pat Brown. Operations, computer 552, are you there? Controller 5, operations. We're working off a DMA 3. Perfect. You're on Ops 1, sir. Lafayette 8914, 1046, 1046, 1028. Handicapped, Indiana, David 922, V Victor, K King, so View to Color, Colorado, Smith and Cam. We're not changing the tire at 2nd and South Street. Lafayette, I guess this is still talking about them changing the tire. Can you return? So they're calling these Lafayette officers back over to wherever they want them to go, which we don't have that information. And then it says we're not changing the tire, 89-4 Lafayette. This is 354-34. Is the tire changed? If the tire, they're saying if the tire was changed, start me a card, reference a criminal incident. Dispatch 14, 1021, call by phone to Delphi incident, requesting you to go to 300 North. Now we're taking things off the air and we're using phones. 14, 10, caution, death. Hold all of your traffic. I am on the scene now, dispatch. Are you requesting a crime unit? Affirmative. 10:52 a.m. This is 32 Luncier Air. This is Medic 32 Luncier Air. 2 on statewide. Do you copy? Fire ground. Call my cell. Fire ground. I was unable to copy. 2012-666. Class 4, 6 fire. Command, Carroll County Command, Carroll County. 61 is requesting your transmission. I have his number here, ready to copy. 65. I believe this is probably some sort of an official phone number for one of, I don't know if they have walkies or what they're using to make these phone calls, but these are not standard phone numbers. 10:56 a.m. Ambulance needed, east side of Heartland, staging in that area. 10:18. This was at 10:58 a.m. At 10:18, urgent. Have somebody bring 520 out. 528, request for equipment. Also want 20 feet of ropes. Ropes. Were you clear with 520? 520 come out. Reference, medic 1 was then discussed. An ambulance is audible in the background, so you can hear the sirens in the background of the scanner. Law enforcement use yellow rope to cordon off a perimeter and move it forward as they clear an area. It is a search aid, not crime scene tape. Quester?
Yeah, as you can see, something very serious is going on, isn't it? They're getting very, yeah. They're starting to suggest not using the scanner. There's an ambulance being brought in. They're bringing in the equipment they use for a crime scene search. They're getting very cagey and using words like caution, incident, scene, etc. So we know something serious is happening, and it's just before 11 o'clock.
And we also have the medic being called in for a man who's having chest pains.
Yeah. And bearing in mind that, as you said earlier, the only one that was reported having chest pains was by Kelsey, reporting her grandfather, who she felt was having a heart attack when he'd been told that the girls had been found.
So 79, 601, 79 to 602. So this is call number 79, calling out to 601 and 602. When I left that group, I was already dressed out and I came up closer to the scene. Okay, we loaded. We're getting a vehicle to take us all up there as a group instead of driving everybody up there separately. Okay, I have a pickup that's going to take us up there versus taking several vehicles. We'll be up there in just a minute. No hurry. At 11 a.m., Michael Capitano was turning volunteers away from the trail that led to the crime scene, saying that the area had already been searched. 2 women from Logansport were told at 11 a.m. to stay away from the area because search dogs are out, and law enforcement did not want to chance contaminating the scene. This is despite Lesenby's earlier, my little thing just popped up, hold on. Lesenby's earlier having stated that he had canceled the search dogs. One dog with Officer Kingery does not constitute working dogs, and Officer Kingery's dog is not a search and rescue dog or a cadaver dog. It is a drug dog. Mike Patty was at the creek bank with his dog that had led him there. Capitano stopped him going in the part of the creek adjacent to the crime scene because divers are in the creek today searching, and law enforcement did not want others there while the investigation is in process. Law enforcement said to Mike Patty, "No, Mr. Patty, we're going to be walking that." Eric Williams called law enforcement and asked them to phone him and come to him. 11:03, request Medic 3 to be on standby in case something happens. At 11:13, numbers were relayed again, phone numbers, or I'm not quite sure what these numbers really specify. Muffled by background noise, something about Delphi fire could not be transcribed. 11:30, Becky Patty said she was in town with Angel Brown when at 11:30, Angel Brown got a call from Pat Brown, and Angel Brown told Becky Patty that the girls had been found. She was, in fact, in the fields near her own home. 12:11, Delphi Fire Command to call a cell phone from dispatch. 1:15, Lesenby, Riley, and Mullins held a presser in which they declared that 2 bodies had been found at 12:15. 1:51, the hospital, 15 Jones. 2:21, if you want something, never. 2:43, go ahead, just make sure you stand by that item and we'll try to figure out how we're going to collect it up right now. So stand by, clear. 601, 602, are you guys still down over the hill? Yes, we're coming back up. 303, squad 2, 515, go ahead. We have some underwear with an evidence bag, so stand by there. They're on their way. They're coming through the water, by the way. Clear, at least 2 people with evidence so far. So you found some more. What's the second thing you found? Because I'm only sending 1 evidence bag. I have a cigarette butt in the water, looks less than 2 or 3 days old. Okay, copy. At 316, 515, we need 3 more evidence bags. If somebody could bring them, squad 2 to 515, stand by. We'll bring 3 more evidence bags. Did I copy 3 more evidence bags? Clear. Fine, 515, squad 2, go ahead. 620, we're going to be talking about the fire command. Is there a command that's still set up at the station? I'm heading to Medic 1 and Medic 2. Request you signal 8 Highway Garage with F3. Reference signal 50. County Medic 1 is clear now. Can you advise on this as forgoes? Copy signal 50. The rest will explain when you get here in the area of the county highway. This is a very bizarre transmission. at 6:50. No, I'm sorry.
450.
Yeah, I'm sorry, 4:50. Sorry. Yeah, I'm saying those times wrong. I'm not even looking at the ones. 4:50. I'm now going to go outside, seeing what it looks like. I'm now going to go outside, seeing what it looks like. I'm going to go outside, seeing what it looks like. I have no idea what that means, other than as a dispatcher, I would take that with a working crime scene. As a dispatcher, this to me would signal this is somebody who's in the woods at the crime scene, who is now going to leave the crime scene and step out of the woods and see what media, family members, crowd, onlookers are there. That's what it would tell me. But I can't say that's what he's talking about. We've got a call to the route to St. Elizabeth East. We're heading route to Southeast 1801. 1822, I'm getting 520. Carroll County, go ahead. 5/8/1836. This has been the Howard County Sheriff's Department for this evening radio test on the diagnostic test and a half. Somebody bringing 520 and 528. We need the ropes. 521, were you clear with 520 traffic? You need 520 to come out. Reference, you need to come out. We're going to allow you 1851, check. One back in service at 1830, check. 1853, service 1908. We're heading to 902, has medic 1. So what this is, where it says check, 1851, check, these are officers marking in service. So this is probably like a shift change or people who have been called into work overtime who are marking on the air. That's why they're saying service 1908, check. One back in service, so maybe someone clocked off and was called back in. He might have been, working third shift, got off work, and now it's been called back in, so he's saying back in service. Request orange Chevrolet Colorado parked in the cemetery to be moved. The owner stated the keys are lost. Angel Brown will bring a spare set of keys to collect orange Chevrolet Colorado parked in the cemetery. Notification, Patrick and Angel Brown will be arriving in a gray Chevrolet to retrieve the orange Chevy Colorado parked in the cemetery, requested to be removed earlier in the day. Dispatch, returning info on a previous request for vehicle registration info. Light blue 2006 Toyota registered to Brian and Benjamin Beeks of Monticello. There's no reference to where this vehicle is at or why the license plate is being checked. Crime scene secured for the night. Request confirmation units will secure cemetery area. Dispatch, confirmed, notified, all units preparing to secure scene for the evening. Barriers put in place at 554 North and 300 North to be moved to north side of roadway. Dispatch 71, go ahead, status, I'm just across the river headed back. Dispatch, okay, just checking, be advised 17, vehicle pickup. So notice on these transmissions, which are what we have in clarity about this specific time, you don't hear any detectives on this airway. You don't hear any crime scene units responding or communicating. You don't hear Lesenby. You don't hear Liggett. You don't hear. These are officers working in and around the scene, maintaining traffic and guarding the perimeter. Other than the few calls out onto the main airs from the crime scene where they're requesting items to be brought into them. So they requested the rope. That is, I'm assuming that would be the yellow rope that was discussed at trial that they called out to be used as a tool for the officers. They tied this rope to a tree and they used it as a searching tool to mark what areas had already been searched. So I'm going to scroll back up through this chat and see what questions we have. All eyes, do you mean proof or prove? Exactly. That's why, we're not saying, this has been ran through multiple different transcribing systems to get these transmissions. So, but I don't know how you justify the timestamps and are they going to want us to believe that there was something wrong with their times on their walkies and their vehicles? I don't know how we. I don't know.
Well, if they're going to question the time of their own scanners, it's a little bit of a cheat considering they didn't question their own times on the cam or anything else. It's one thing that has never been questioned on anything, the times that state uses it.
Yeah, I mean, I just, it's so, you don't even want to believe that something like this is even fathomable. So I'm not saying this. I'm just reading what was transcribed from this audio. I know, Quester, you have an opinion. You can discuss your opinion.
I have. To me, it says that they found those girls a lot earlier than they said they did. When you go back and you start looking at all the remarks from about just after 10 o'clock, the whole feel of it has totally changed. You can almost taste the stress in what's being saying. Everything is pointing to it. The older person's having the chest pains. Chest pains was a person who was collapsing when he heard they'd been found. The stopping the searchers going into certain areas, which they're calling the scene, asking for the ropes, which they use to search crime scenes. It all reeks of they have found the girls. I mean, there might be an innocent reason, but I honestly can't see it. If you can, you see an innocent reason for them to do all this?
Okay, wait a second. Who is this? This rapper in chat. Who is that? Does anyone know who that is?
Who's that?
Mods. Scroll up. Okay, I'm not going to wait. He's gone. He's gone. I got rid of him. So let's see. Christina says, I have 2 interviews of Kelsey saying the same man who found the clothes is the same man who looked through his phone and saw the bodies. I was like, the fuck? I never heard that. Not sure why she said that. Yeah, guys, I was really busy this week. I didn't have time to memorize their 10 code. So those of you who are posting what 1028 means and what 1029 means, 1029, someone's saying is a person check. 1028 is a plate check. I will post the 10 code in the group. All Eyes says Pat Brown, Shane Haygood, and Ben Mears using their cell phones to call each other while waiting for command to respond to radios. Radar says, yep, for the first 30 minutes, maybe an hour, they were not calling it murder. They don't know what to think because the girls are posed. It's evil shit. Taping off a search area, not a crime scene. Sure. Candy says, probably all crime scene we just were hidden from. Baruka says, this is sinking in for me. Feels like I just swallowed bricks. Radar says, wow, a lot of sus.
I would throw in one thing here, though. It wouldn't be unusual for the police, having found a crime scene, to not tell the public immediately. By keeping quiet, it gives them a chance to prepare what they're doing, get it cordoned off, and prevent the ghouls, the people rushing in and so on for a while. So that might explain why they didn't tell anybody right at the start and kept people out.
Mm-hmm.
Me, that works. The one thing I don't understand, though, is why a few hours later they would then give a false time of finding them.
Well, that goes along too with why are we after 10 o'clock announcing the search is in effect? Like, is that letting all the officers who were holding everybody back? Was that a signal? You know, and I'm not, and I can't imagine. I mean, that's a hell of a freaking conspiracy. But it could have only been a couple of people that were managing to keep people back. I don't know. I just don't. It doesn't make any sense what the rationale would be to not give there's no clear-cut answer. But the search is in effect hours after the search already started, lying about working dogs in the area. There was a dog. He's not listed on any report. We don't hear him signal in with his no one's addressing him about him and his one dog. So it's not dogs plural. So who are the working dogs? And two people with dogs, Mike Patty and Brad German, who showed up with dogs, were turned away. And then the search is in effect, meaning, okay, now searchers can go wherever they want, and then they allow searchers to find the bodies. I don't know. That's a scenario that's playing through my mind. And I'm going to pop this statement up on the screen because, Quester, this is going to make your day. You ready?
Uh-huh.
Do you see the comment?
I see a comment by Jones.
That's it, yes.
Yeah, it's interesting, that, isn't it?
That's why that guys, just so you know, this in the transmissions, I'll explain that in a minute, but yes, guys, are you still down the hill? And they say, yes, we're coming back now. That was something that caught Quester's attention immediately. And we did find that audio, right? Is that the last portion that you sent me to transcribe?
No, that was the one that had been scrubbed off.
Okay. That was said in the scanner audio, and some of those, like the death, the caution, all of those words, when you run this I don't even know if I want to show this or not, just because I feel like it's too opinionated, but I ran this timeline or this transcript through AI, and it came back with the result of what a lot of people are thinking right now, I'm sure. Christina says this radio stuff is really interesting. I'm glad you're reviewing it. You're welcome. Belly May says, give them all the evidence bags, damn it.
See, All Eyes has said that the down the hill remark was in the linguist report.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, All Eyes.
And she said part of that ISP traffic, part of that was ISP traffic, not Carroll County. Well, it might have been ISP, but they're not going to share airwaves. And for whatever reason, when this audio was released, either they released them. I don't even know how the audio scanner came out, but they're not going to be marking on each other's. I can't explain how it works. They're going to be utilizing mutual channels, but their main air channels are going to always be separate. You never tie up your main air. It just doesn't work that way. And there's a back channel for everything. I mean, you've got undercover, you've got drug task force, you've got SWAT. Every one of those sub-organizations inside a police department has their own radio line that they use to communicate with each other. Anything going on the public side of things is considered main air. So for example, if you have, and this happened numerous times, you have a 911 call that comes in and it's a Friday or a Saturday night and your queue is stacked. Like you've got runs holding, you don't have enough officers to dispatch, and you've got what we would call a red run. It's a high priority run. It's a 2 officer required. It's a 2 officer required call, meaning 2 officers have to go, whether it's 2 officers in a wagon or 2 cruisers. And when you don't have anybody to send on a high priority run, we always had to mark on our main air to the sergeant that what we're holding. We're holding, say it's a 1032, a man with a gun, and I have no cars clear. So sometimes what happens is you will have undercover officers out and about, and if they are in the vicinity, they will mark out of the blue. So if you were listening to our air, you would have a call number that you hadn't heard from all night during a shift, mark on the air, hey, this is 721, we'll take that. Well, in our department, we would know that the 700 series of call numbers are undercover units. So undercover basically was marking on the air saying that they would respond to the 1032. But I cannot say that that's how every single department around the country works. I only know what my experience was. But the two live airways, it would either have to be in regards to the same situation. ISP would not be communicating with Carroll County on their main air like that. But if they were all assigned to this, they might be releasing separate radio transmissions from each department so that it all goes together. Even though we're reading, this might be ISP, this might be Carroll County. V says, always thought down the hill sounds like it's coming from a radio, not from someone standing right there. Don't know what it means or if that's correct. Possible, but that's just how it sounds to me. Okay, V?
No, I have to agree with her. It does sound a little bit radio-like, doesn't it? I suppose thinking out loud, there is a possibility that the phone underneath the girl picked that up. It's a possibility.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Livy's phone didn't pick that up off the radio.
No, I think it's about 1 billion to 1 chance, but it's a possibility.
All Eyes says, let me see. She said they wanted to keep witnesses and searchers in close proximity to collect names without alerting outlier searches so they could start securing the scene. I mean, that could be. I mean, that really could be.
Yeah.
Just remember that in the audio that we just listened to, Kelsey asked that woman if they had ever talked to her or Pat Brown, if law enforcement ever talked to them, and she said no. So I just don't, for the life of me, understand why when you have, this is a small community, and you've got multiple agencies responding. You've got a complete command center set up out there along the roadway. You've got multiple medics, multiple helicopters. Why did we never hear more of a definitive timeline, and why weren't more searchers interviewed to where we would have, especially when if they had this list of searchers who were out there, especially in the close proximity, and their names and phone numbers were gotten, and when the Franks memo came out, and you knew, and Nick McClellan knew this timeline was going to be questioned, and where the bodies were and when, and the area had already been searched, why would Nick McClellan not, to prove the state's case, bring forth these people and say, well, we were out there, nobody searched that specific portion, the flat ground area, the ground that was the most easiest to walk around, they didn't search that. No one searched it. Why did he not do that? Why didn't the defense do it? It should have been in discovery. There's so many obstacles that they put in front of every single thing about this case, and they literally swept so much under the rug. You just don't want to trust anything they say.
I would have thought there was some kind of grid system being sorted out there, because there is a mention that the search teams were put into teams led by an official. Therefore, there was some kind of method there.
Say that again. You cut out on my end.
Okay. There is mention that the search teams, when they reconvened, were put into teams, each with an official leading them. And to me, that would say that there was some kind of method in the search from that point. So I would have expected a grid search, teams being allocated to certain areas, that sort of thing.
And that would have, depending on how many teams they actually had sent out in search groups, if they had a lead assigned in each group, why not call, that would eliminate calling a whole bunch of various people. The lead of each search team would know where their team was assigned to search. I mean, I'm sure there was some game plan on a paper that mapped out where everyone was going to be sent out to. So why do we not have that?
The only thing we have is the handwritten list of searches that was done by the fire brigade.
So all I said, no, she meant proofread because of names and people. Okay. Yeah, I will, I'll send you this, Doc, and then I can send you the files that I have and how they were transcribed. The more eyes on this, the better, because, this is a big deal. This is a really big deal. And that's why I'm not alluding. I'm just saying it is what it is. It is what it was transcribed to be. And, maybe.
Well, but the thing is, even if it's transcribed and it's got a few words wrong, it doesn't really matter. It's the general flow of things that is the important thing here. If it's got somebody's name wrong, yes, that will count. But you're really looking for the general flow, aren't you?
Yeah. And V says Erskine said the time they found them was hours earlier too.
That's correct. Yeah.
Erskine should have been put on the stand. Capitano should have been put on the stand. Radar says, agree, Amy. They've been saying times are wrong with everything, including the harvestor footage. shaking my head. Yeah, I mean, literally everything. And the defense, I'm not aware of the defense even challenging the Hoosier Hardware Store camera.
That should have been torn apart.
I think, Candy, I think they're blurring times. I think they're blurring stories. I think that they're switching out people. And you know, when you're, I've been there. I get it. Law enforcement officers, they have each other's backs. They do. It's an unspoken code, and it would only take 4 or 5 to trickle down, you know, a theory that everybody else believes in the department along with the public is what, and only a small core group who are, for whatever reason, possibly covering things up. And it would only have to be for self-preservation, or there was something like All Eyes suggested that maybe they were trying to, you know, they were holding off announcing anything. They were just collecting themselves, getting information from those around them. That could be as well. But in real time, on that day, people being turned away who were called into search, people reporting things days after, before this snowball effect happened, has to count for some truth. It has to. People, you know, on February 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, and onward, for at least the end of that year, would never have anticipated the disaster this case would have unfolded to be, to put us in this position as a joke, or to make false accusations that we came all the way in from another county to search and we were sent away and we were told dogs were working. The whole dogs being called off didn't really become a huge deal until, I think, you know, several weeks later, when all of this stuff started to come into question about the dogs. And then don't forget, you've got Lesenby bringing out the man with the drone, who had the drone out there with the heat sensor on it, who said in writing to me, the girls, he did not see the girls. He saw animals and he saw searchers, but he did not see the girls. All Eyes thinks that the first searchers found the girls around 11:30 a.m.
Well, something was definitely going on just after 10 o'clock.
Radar, what did you want me to repeat? Hey, Misbehaved. Good work. I love your channel. Erskine said they found them around 9:30, 10 a.m. That is, I don't believe that Abby was still alive. I don't know if I just don't know how I feel about the whole water situation. I just really don't. At Amy, you said you had not heard. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Okay, thanks. Just my opinion. I will check. So I will pull up, guys. So I sent all of this through AI to ask if it could analyze the scanner transcript for this time frame and decipher what it is saying as far as when the girls were found. I will pull this up. I will read it. And this is not my opinion. This is just what AI came up with. And, oh, hold on, let me take that down off of the screen. AI says this: Based on the scanner transcripts document, the most accurate estimate for when the bodies of Libby German and Abby Williams were actually discovered is between 10 a.m. and 10:15 a.m. on February 14, 2017, several hours before the official time of 12:15 p.m. announced by law enforcement. Here's the evidence supporting this. Key timeline evidence, early indications of discovery, 10 to 10:15 a.m., 10 a.m. approximately, hold all your traffic. I am on the scene now. Dispatch, are you requesting a crime unit? Affirmative. This suggests a possible scene of interest, likely the discovery site, was just located. 10:03 a.m., request Medic 3 to be on standby in case something happens. Indicates preparation for a sensitive or serious situation consistent with a body discovery. 10:11 a.m., Medic 3 called to attend to an older person having chest pains. Cross-referenced with Kelsey German's statement that her grandfather, Brad German, nearly collapsed when he heard about the bodies being found. Unspecified time, shortly before 10:11, just had a citizen stop by our area, advised the girls had been found in the water. 6:01, we have no confirmation of that whatsoever, implies community buzz before official confirmation, possibly from someone near or at the scene. Conflicting official discovery time, 11:30 a.m. Becky Patty, Libby's grandmother, says Angel Brown got a call from Pat Brown saying the girls had been found. 12:15 p.m. Sheriff Lesenby, ISP Superintendent Doug Carter, and Prosecutor Nick McClellan hold a press conference and publicly declare 2 bodies were found. Supporting notes, Shane Haggart and Pat Brown were involved in leading law enforcement to the scene. Pat Brown is reported to have found the girls while on the phone with Haggart. Witness statements, including from Mike Patty and Michael Capitanio, suggest the area was already being treated as a scene by 11 a.m., including turning away searchers and mentioning divers in the creek. Use of ropes to mark perimeter and increasing evidence collection traffics becomes shortly after 11 a.m., consistent with post-discovery activities. Conclusion, despite the official press conference at 12:15 p.m., the scanner transcripts, searcher eyewitness accounts, and family reactions all point to the bodies being found closer to 10 a.m. So, I'm going back through looking for chat. She said, Purple Amarilla says, AI blows her mind. Did you see Brad? Are you talking about Brad Holder Jones' Valentine card with the bloodied kittens?
Yeah, I think I've got a copy of it somewhere.
So, Radar says, let it fly, Amy. This podcast is for entertainment purposes. Only any opinions given here are those of the sole person and not that of the creator. I listen at your discretion. Yeah, I just want to. I really want to maintain an even keel on this, because I can't say 1,000,000% Rick Allen's not involved. I just wanted to go back and comb through all of this with all of you and see where it takes us. And for those of you who were following me 3 or 4 months ago, you know that I wasn't falling for that conspiracy that the girls would have been found much earlier or found in the water. But you have to kind of follow where the facts take you. And right now we have a lot of weird shit in this case that I'm not even going to attempt to argue. I'm putting it out there. You guys are all adults. You can make up your own mind. And for me, it sheds a new light on the situation. And it's kind of it's going through it all. It wasn't what I was expecting the outcome to be on the transcripts. But I got to roll with it. I'm not going to make excuses for it. Let me see. Venus 3. That's an interesting accusation. Kathy, Maud Kathy is asking, do you have proof of that? Because I have not heard those names before. Miami County Jail, June 22nd. What? I'm not it's not Venus, it's Venue 3. Sorry. Let me put my glasses back on here. Well, see that Belly May, we could try to do that. All eyes. Well, that's not for the, that would be for the helicopter. All eyes says approximately 10 a.m. Carroll County had requested a helicopter from Indiana State Police, but it couldn't take off because of the foggy weather conditions. So the official search was delayed. There were still officers out searching. There is other audio in the I think it's in the transcription folders where 601 and correct me if I'm wrong, Quester, 601 marks on the air prior to him searching a building. He said that he had been out searching and he had searched the creek at a 3-mile radius.
That's correct. At 9:50, 10 to 10, the helicopter said they'd been up Deer Creek, probably 4 miles, flew down it as well, nothing. We've checked all the surrounding fields within about a 3-mile radius. That was at 10 to 10.
Yeah, and there were other choppers out there as well.
There were, yeah. There were news ones and all sorts of things. At 16 minutes past 9, they were talking the helicopter in.
Let me see here. Let me see. Funny, Joan said, did someone tell TK to clean up his mess? An indicted co-conspirator says, Candy sounds crazy, but get a really good night's sleep and your brain will sort it out. Jeep, Dad had a good time, says KK. Oh boy, this case is unreal. What's with the purple box? Sorry, keep Accident Alley pressing it. What's that purple box? What do you mean? June. Okay, so in June of 2022, this is what I'm making from you, Venue 3, is that somebody was in jail with somebody and talked about this in the Miami County Jail. Bryce Dillon killed a picture of Tony Klein in front of me and told me he acquired that from Discovery because that picture would be worth a lot of money. Wait, what? I don't know if that was a typo or Venue 3 says he proceeded to make the following allegation that according to Keegan, Tony Klein and his friend committed this act. I've been so clear since day one, but nobody pays attention. Okay. TK friend called Jeep. Jones wants to know, are you saying that TK's friend is called Jeep or TK's friend is this Bryce Dillon? Christina says, Radar, I've asked AI about the case. It says there was likely a federal undercover operation going on, and it said KK and TK. That explained the feds, doc sealed, and specifying all the names not allowed. Of course. Bryce Dillon held a picture. So let me go back up. You said, Bryce. So to fix the, okay. Bryce Dillon held a picture of Tony Klein in front of me and told me he acquired that from Discovery because that picture would be worth a lot of money. How would Brian Dillon, whoever this is, how would he ever get his hands on Discovery? Or that, what was the picture of? Was it just a normal regular picture, or was there something about the picture that could be, if the police got a hold of it, could be part of Discovery? Yeah, All Eyes. I'm not sure what you're talking about. You said, how do I help you update y'all's side? Update which part? And I don't even know if that's for me. All Eyes. I talked about it earlier, but trust me, I know it's hard to do chat and present. Yeah, it is. I'm getting better. All right, so I'm sorry, I'm just going through here trying to catch up on chat. So I think I will hold the roadblocks video for next time because we've been on here for what, 5 hours? 4 hours. How many, one more time, put a 1 in the chat if you have seen the roadblocks video. Yeah, you get, I have to it's like I can't present, talk, and scroll through chat all the same time. I just kind of want to get an idea of how many people have actually seen it and who would be interested in seeing it. Oh, it looks like a lot of people have seen it. Radar, don't make me feel bad. She said she made popcorn. Candy has not seen it. Ashley Lauren says, I want to see it. Oh. Not seen, nope. Okay, there's equal parts. I have people who've seen it. All Eyes had it. She was quick with it and downloaded it. I know All Eyes doesn't like it. She thinks it's sad or I forget the word you used, but it wasn't, yeah, super weird. Okay, I will play it for you all. But for the poll question, I think I'm going to start doing these poll questions each week. Poll question of the week 1, was, do we believe that this murder was pre-planned? Meaning like ahead of time. And we had 352 votes. Hopefully next poll questions, if you guys do your jobs and you share it, I want it doubled that. So we have a bigger broad perspective of what people are thinking. But the reason I asked this question, well, I'll get to that. But we had 352 votes on the poll question. I think you emailed it to me, didn't you, All Eyes? I have it. 81% of you said yes, that you thought it was pre-planned, and 15% of you said that you thought it was a crime of opportunity. So looking into murders, I obtained the top 10 things a person does when pre-planning a murder. And these are the top 10 common elements that might be planned in advance. The motive, establishing a clear reason for the murder, whether it's financial gain, revenge, or a personal grievance. A target selection, carefully choosing the victim based on vulnerability, location, and the potential for confrontation. Method of murder, deciding on a specific method, poisoning, stabbing, shooting that aligns with the plan and minimizes the risk of being caught, which we know whoever did this came prepared. Location, selecting an appropriate venue that provides privacy and reduces the likelihood of witnesses, such as a secluded area or the victim's home. I would have to say that well thought out plan sucked. If this was the planned location. The timing, broad daylight is what we have here. Timing, planning the timing of the murder to ensure it aligns with the victim's routine and maximizes the chance of success. Alibi construction, developing a credible alibi to divert suspicion away from themselves, including confirming their whereabouts with others. Well, we don't seem to have any of that as of this moment after a 4-week trial and 8.5 years of an investigation. So if Rick Allen pre-planned this, he didn't do a very good job of following the top 10 things that most people would do who are going to commit a murder. He had no alibi construction in place. Tools and weapons, acquiring necessary tools or weapons in advance, often ensuring they can be disposed of afterward. Still have no murder weapon. Surveillance, monitoring the victim's habits and routines to identify vulnerabilities and optimal moments of the act, like catfishing maybe. Escape plan, creating a detailed escape route to leave the scene quickly and avoid capture, including transportation options. So in this case, he did a very piss poor job of that as well, because he planned to kill these girls way out at the far end of the high bridge and knew that he had to escape, going the farther distance possible back to his vehicle in broad daylight out in the open, when he could have just parked at the flippin' cemetery, seeing as how he knew the area. Post-murder actions, planning how to handle the aftermath, such as disposing of evidence, communicating with accomplices, or orchestrating a cover-up. No evidence of that either. So, poll question of the week, if you believe this was pre-planned, I would say you can count on maybe 50% of that list you can say might have been done. But there's quite a few huge holes that were left out in the pre-planning of this. And in my opinion, including where they want you to believe Rick Allen parked his car. Because Rick Allen was familiar with that area. There were other places he could have parked that would not have caused him to walk down the road and enter the trail at the furthest point of his intention to go, when he could have just parked at the cemetery and came the back way through the woods. Direct link to the Roblox vid. Content warning because it gets super icky. Okay, I'm going to play it right now. And before I do, everybody hang on real tight. Let me pop this up on the screen just so I officially made it clear. Trigger warning. This is a cartoon type video. Somebody just sent me a whole lot of information about this video. I have yet to comb through it. So we will watch it. And we might have to watch it again. So let me get in here. And don't forget, hold on, I'm pulling it up. So do not forget that the reason that we discussed the Mears lot area over there being taped off with the crime scene and the possibility of the girls hanging a left instead of going straight out to the trails, that's what brought this to the forefront of my mind. Was this video? Like, why would someone have the, when that has never been discussed, it's never been a theory that the girls went left through the woods. It's weird. Can you guys all see my screen? Quester, can you see it?
I can see a black screen.
Okay. Okay, what's going on here? Oh. I guess it's got to load. Can you see it now?
Yep.
Quester, can you see it now?
Yeah, it's playing.
I have not watched it past this point. I had to turn it off. It just makes me angry. You guys will have to read the captions. Okay, I think you guys get the point. Oh, yeah, they took it to a whole nother level for no reason. No, it's not actual audio. No one but those three, no one knows but those that were out there. Mike Patty mentioned the chance that the girls possibly had the chance to run and possibly chose not to, that they didn't leave each other. Ray, Quester, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay, some people are saying black screen. They must have turned their screen off. Okay, I see. Yeah, I had to cut it. Sorry, guys. All Eyes provided the link in the chat. So if you want to go watch it in the complete entirety, you can. You know, some of that is just too much for me. Let me see here. There we go. Both of us are back. So, public opinion, I will check your email. I have some other emails or messages to review about this video. Remember, I'm going to give you guys homework. I'm sure All Eyes will get a 100% and a smiling face. If we can track down as many early accounts of when the car was backed into the CPS building, including witness statements, and then when law enforcement first stated it, in interviews or whatever, send it to me, casebycase10@gmail.com. Please, on your way out, hit the like button. Please share the video. I made some big announcements last episode at the very beginning. Those still stand. I think I have one more coming soon, possibly two more. But I appreciate everybody here. Support the channel, like the channel, subscribe. It's free. Let me see. Ashley, I will check and see. Oh, yes, I did get that. I did. I'm sorry. I did get that. Yes, I did. I got to start listening. It was a link to a video. I started to listen to it. I got tied up at work and I have to go back and finish listening. Those types of things I put on my listening list while I'm at work. And I take notes and stuff while I'm at work. Misbehave, I'm so glad that you stopped in to say hello. Radar, I'm going to give you a wrench, if that's okay, yes or no. Venue, you can email me. Venue3, you can email me any information that you have, and I will definitely listen to you about this Bryce Dillon. I would love to hear more, because once we get through all of this stuff, we need to go into the odonism stuff, and I'm sure we're going to touch on Klein if we get that far. So I'm waiting for Angel thinks she's the boss. You're welcome, Kathy. Angel thinks she's the boss. Mod available, question mark. Are you saying that you're available to mod? Send me an email so we can have a chit chat. And actually I need, if I could, okay, Radar, yes, I'm going to give you, let me do that really fast. I'm going to give you a wrench, but if my mods could all email me, you can just say, hey, this is Mothers of Dragons, whoever, because there's some things that I want to keep you in the loop in, and then at certain times there's some things I'd like to do special for you guys, just because you do show up, you do monitor the chat, you do a really good job, and I want you to know that you're appreciated. So please email me so I have direct contact to you, and let me know if you are in the Facebook group, the Case by Case Facebook group discussion, because then maybe I could make us a private chat to communicate that way. I want to figure something else so we can all kind of communicate. But here, let me go in. Sorry, had to mute that. Radar, you are now a moderator. So welcome, Radar, to Team Mods. Okay, yeah, women doing false memories. Yeah, absolutely. I'm familiar with you, so I will get you one as well. As the channel grows, I need more because not everybody can be here every live. And with trolls and stuff coming in, I need everybody to be diligent, to keep the chat clean, be adults, and let's keep it on the right track. Thanks everybody for being here. Appreciate you all. Quester, you're amazing as always. And we still got tons of work to do. FYI, Quester agreed today that he will be joining me with the trial transcript rebuttal series that we'll be doing. So you'll be seeing more of him. And again, thanks everybody behind the scenes who step in and help when you guys can. Everybody who sends stuff to me, I'm going to start featuring, some of you guys' stuff that you send. So you know that we do appreciate it here and it does help. Quester?
Yes.
Do you have anything to say before we go?
No, just thanks everyone for watching. Appreciate it, and appreciate all your help as well.
And Quester is on you. He is on YouTube. He doesn't have a channel, but he will from time to time pop into the chat on the replay and answer questions. So if you have a question directly for him, you can @ him. And again, see you guys next time. Have a good evening.